Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Don't worry, I am still suspended from practice temporarily. Because I'm obviously a giant government shill, and you cannot have a licensed attorney being a giant government shill, and I am way too large on the screen. By that I mean I'm fat. So anyway, we're not going to take too long getting started tonight. We are going to finish this mother effing debate, if that's what you can call it, between Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens, part 3. It has been taken, well, it has been taken. What is this? It has taken so far 12 hours to get through the first roughly 2 hours of debate. I'm sorry. It takes a while. There's a lot to process. There's a bunch of idiocy going around, and it is our job to fix it the best we can. So that's the plan tonight. Hope you guys are with that, and hope that's a good plan for you. Let's see. A couple quick things. First of all, Nancy Mace is on a glow up tour. Love to see it. Everybody should go support Queen Nancy. She's making, middle-aged tattoos awesome again. And some of us, like me, need help with that. So I'm glad she's doing that. It's kind of wild to watch. What's next is crucial. Okay. What's next? Tonight is Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson, the epic finale. This is where all the drama happens. This is where Candace Owens decisively wins the debate, I guess, if that's what you want to say. There will be no understanding. None. No understanding of DNA, ballistics. None of that's going to happen. I have a strong feeling. But we're going to do that tonight. And then, very importantly, tomorrow, I think it's going to be tomorrow, unless something crazy happens, we're going to have a members only show. And I don't know how to, these debate videos are getting a decent amount of views. There's some people who've never really watched me before, and that's great. It's wonderful. I love that. Thank you for sharing it. Thank you to the people who are clipping the show. Thank you for, sharing those clips on Twitter. It's been a lot of fun to watch. That being said, if you're not familiar with how member shows go here, they're great. I don't know how else to describe them. There are a few different people we like to check in on. And I have a trailer. I have a trailer. I can't say that I personally made this trailer, but I do have a trailer for the members only show that's coming up. And like I said, I think it's going to be tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's going to be daytime or nighttime or whatever, but are you guys ready? It's 30 seconds. So 30 seconds. This is a preview just for you guys. Here we go. That's a preview. That's not tonight. That's not tonight. Tonight we're going to finish the debate up. We have about 90 minutes of showtime left. I've done a lot of the explaining so far on a lot of the legal issues and a lot of the factual issues that have been missed. But there's more. There's always more to educate on. And you know, a lot of this stuff I'm also learning as we go, not like on the shows, but doing research during the days and stuff like that. Because these things touch very gently on subjects that, you know, I don't have a ton of experience with. I don't have a ton of knowledge of. And the reason I bring this up, is part of being a lawyer is encountering stuff you don't know, you don't expect. Um, and part of why they do legal education, in particular legal testing, the LSAT followed by the bar, the reason they do them in the way that they do is because you have to be able to competently gather information and synthesize it quickly enough to be dangerous, not to be an expert on the subject. You're not going to be. You're a lawyer. Your expertise is on billable hours. That's your expertise. Everything else, you're just attempting to apprentice and then eventually become, you know, adept at enough at something. But a skill you'll notice with a lot of lawyers who are, there's a whole bunch of different types of lawyers. So when I say this, this isn't a judgment, better or worse or anything. It's not related to that. But lawyers who are capable with groups of people and with different subjects, they often are litigators, but not always. Not always. They have a brain that works in a particular way. It works in a way where it gathers and retains certain information. It's not like they can recall it necessarily at any moment, but they can recall it when there's prompting. Something about their recall ability can reach into things that they don't, you know, they wouldn't have remembered 10 minutes before, but something triggers them. They reach into it, but then they have this wealth of, you know, analysis that they've seen, they've done, they've been a part of, they've contributed to, they've been on the receiving end of, sometimes like you learn by getting your ass kicked and stuff like that. That type of mind, which then equips the lawyer to say, hey, wait a minute. That's the tool of an effective lawyer, of an effective litigator, of an effective debater, of an effective thinker and reasoner, is that you can go, hey, wait a minute, something about this is reminding me of something, and I'm not sure about it. And then it's followed with a curiosity and an inquisitiveness. There's a lot that goes into all of that. It's not just like some natural thing in the mind. Some of these are skills, some of these are curses, all of that stuff. But it is a product that you will find in a lot of capable, competent lawyers and some incompetent ones like me, right? Like that's you know, just because you may have that type of thinking doesn't make you a good lawyer. I wanted to be very clear on that. But you will find that to be a common thing. And so a lot of these things, you know, I've heard portions of or read something. It reminds me of a reference, and that's how my brain works. It's like, okay, go to this, go to this, go to this, go to this. What did you hear about that? Where did you hear about that? Has something changed? That doesn't sound right. That does sound right. I remember this. I remember the opposite. And then you seek it out. Okay. So a lot of this stuff, you know, as these trials go on that I watch, and as, you know, as I'm commenting on certain things, I'm looking to experts. I'm looking to people with experience. I'm grabbing that information. I'm synthesizing it and bringing it back to you too. We're learning together. It's a collaborative effort. And I don't generally want to come across as a teacher on subjects that I don't know from a teaching standpoint. There's some that I can do, but that's not really here. Here we're calling out dumbness because some of this stuff is available, but not everybody should know. I saw someone say like they used AI because DNA was way out of their scope. Yeah, well that's kind of like what AI is for in some ways. It's to give us some access to stuff in a very high level way to help us ask those questions. It's not definitive. It's not your only thing, blah, blah, blah. And it certainly doesn't trump expertise. And you're going to see expertise coming in court. But this is all to say, you know, if you find a really good resource on something, you should share it with people. And I want to share a really good resource on DNA, the DNA explanations and stuff as they apply to a criminal trial. And that's Andrea Burkhart, A. Burkhart Law. If you are interested in this case, if you care about DNA, and it doesn't matter what side you're on, you got to go read what Andrea is talking about with DNA. Just trust. Go read her. You don't have to listen to me. You don't have to take it from the cokehead or whatever. Like, none of that matters to me. Go listen to her. Read about her explanations. Check them for yourself. And I think you'll find that there's a high level of acumen in what she does. She's very competent, very skilled. She's also very capable of explaining things at a really simple level, even when they're complex. And she's got the experience to back it up. Girl is fantastic. Glad to be friends with her and all that stuff. But you really got to read her stuff. And maybe she and I can do something at some point. I don't know. Who knows? But I would love to. But I haven't asked her anything. But she's fantastic on the DNA issue. And I think a lot of people get it wrong. One of those things I want to quickly address is Jake Shields, who is I want to say he's a walking CTE case, but I don't want to insult CTE cases. Jake Shields is out, and I've seen him say this, I think, and I've seen some other people say this, and it's like, people are like, don't you think that if he shoved the gun in his pants and walked around with it all day in the Utah heat, which I think it was like 80 degrees, which now is the hottest it's ever been anywhere, but it's like 80 degrees, and he's like, they're like, don't you think there would be DNA all over the rifle? Yes. Yes. You got it. Welcome. Welcome to it. Welcome to all of us. Yes, there is DNA all over the rifle. Now, what that should help people, but it doesn't, because then they get hung up on this degraded language. And they think degradation is all of these things that it is not. But if you look up how skin touch DNA works, if you start reading into it, you start to find out that, yeah, there'd be tons and tons of DNA deposited on that rifle, and it would be highly degraded DNA because of the source of the DNA. But if you just go, oh, well, they DNA tested it, and you know nothing beyond that, you don't ever look to what DNA testing is, how the different types, like what different types of DNA do different things, what types of results that they produce, you'll never understand that what that's expected to do is to produce a bunch of DNA, but it's very low quality. It's highly degraded right away. Like because it's touch DNA comes from the outside of us, right? Yeah. When you touch something, there's different DNA. Like there's DNA that gets deposited inside people sometimes, like with an AIDS needle or with a wiener. And that DNA is different. It's different. The DNA that is on our dead skin is part of a barrier of skin cells, basically. And that barrier is tough. It's tough. It's also, I don't know the exact term, but basically the cells don't really contain a nucleus that contains the genetic DNA that you would find in other places. So even though you can get a lot of DNA, it's kind of like, it's almost like this scrap code, or it's this trash that's deposited on the outside of the body, is exposed to the elements, is exposed to friction, is exposed to sweat and moisture and heat. All of the things that degrade DNA are present on the surface of our skin. And so, yeah, when that DNA is what's transferred, it tends to be low quality. Does that mean that degraded DNA was transferred more or less recently than anything else? No, that's a limit of DNA testing, and you cannot glean answers from it. It doesn't work that way. But you don't know this unless you've worked with DNA testing, or maybe you're like a criminal defense attorney, not me, who's dealt with it, right? And they've hired experts, they've cross-examined experts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that being said, the things that are normal appear abnormal in two places. One, when you assume there's conspiracy and work backwards, everything appears bad and wrong. Two, if you are a non-expert and you're analyzing something that's highly technical, you are likely not going to understand it. And you're going to be like, well, my common sense says this. And you might miss that common sense is actually being shared by the expert, but you're not able to understand the results in the same way. And that's okay. Like, that's why there is expert testimony. That's why these fields require expertise and education and training and experience and time and time and time, and why they're updated by people who have put in that time. They're commented on by people like us, right? We're lay persons. We're looking in. Some people dabble enough to be dangerous. And I'm working on it with DNA, but like it's not a primary field of interest for me. So I haven't spent a ton of time with it. But you can find some really quick answers on this stuff really easily. But I encourage you to check out Andrea Burkhart. Again, she deserves a ton of credit. And she's got the right level of sassy sarcasm, which is just perfect. Also, she's a female boxer. And I've seen those guns, man. She'll throw some bombs. Schnauzer Max says, how long will it take my ball DNA to degrade from a rifle? Okay, so this is I know that's like a joke, but it's an interesting question. And this, I think, is where some people's misunderstanding of degradation and its usefulness comes in.
Godzilla transformation.
What
is up with you today?
What do you want?
I am AI-generated suspect of the new living beings.
What?
Can you DoorDash me Taco Bell? I just had to give a speech for this.
Send me your order and I'll think about it. I'm working. Get out of here.
Hi.
Go.
Me.
Go. I know. You're very nice to say hi. Get out of my office. Love you too. Okay. So, where were we? Yeah. Andrea Burkhart is deserves a ton of credit on this, and you can learn a bunch about this. Also, you can learn damn near anything about this case whenever she decides to talk about it. And she's been straight down the middle the whole time. When I say straight down the middle, I mean she's completely fair to the arguments on both sides. She doesn't speak in a hyperbolic or inflammatory way. And so for some people, that's helpful. Even if you think that Andrea is on the opposite side of the argument from you, that's fine, because she talks about it respectfully. Unlike me, where I'll call you fat or whatever. So, that's that, I think. Got it rudely interrupted in the middle of my thought. Relcom has become a YouTube member and also upgraded to super lawyer status. Thank you, Relk. Very awesome. Sunaki, whatever. 5 jewels, appreciated. And then we've got some finger hearts from Tamara Holloway. Thank you, Tamara. Nice to see you. I am the princess, sent a silver star. Very much appreciated as well. We have Jacob Shed says, why is Candace obsessed with pinning Charlie's death on an exploding mic? Make it make sense. Because Candace isn't obsessed with pinning Charlie's death on an exploded mic. Candace's obsession is pinning Charlie's death on the Jews. And the Jews made exploding pagers back when people other than drug dealers used pagers. And then because they had pagers that exploded, and because a Jew or an Israeli, I don't know if he's technically Jewish, an Israeli who was in the IDF, which I think is all of them, right? But a former IDF Israeli opened a company in Australia called Rode. They make the Rodecaster. They make microphones. Charlie Kirk was wearing a lapel mic made by Rode. And here's the thing. Candace didn't come to the conclusion that a Rode microphone with a shaped charge in it killed Charlie Kirk. Candace realized that Jews killed Charlie Kirk and has been trying to figure out how they did it. If you don't understand why I'm saying how Candace's process here, you got to watch the last show in which we delved a little bit into Candace's psyche on the fly as I realized exactly what's happening or not happening in her brain. That being said, like you can love or hate the Jewish people and Zionists and stuff, and they can also have nothing to do with Tyler Robinson. And even more importantly, maybe, although I don't think so, but maybe, Robert Barnes pointed out, even if you think there's a Jewish conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk, there's nothing to suggest that Tyler Robinson isn't the trigger man of the Jewish conspiracy. It's a theory without evidence, so all possible avenues within the theory require the same amount of non-evidence. Tyler Robinson is not going to be acquitted if he was part of the Jewish cabal and killed Charlie Kirk. Like that's irrelevant to his guilt or innocence. Did Tyler Robinson go to the top of the Losi building, sniper ninja lateral crawl with throwing stars over to the edge, lay down at the sniper's nest? I didn't like how the cop explained or described it, but whatever. Lay down at the sniper's nest, put the rifle, take aim, and pull the shot off and shoot Charlie Kirk. That's the question. That's the question. If the Jews asked him to do it and he said yes, he's still that still happened. If that still happened, he's still guilty of first-degree murder, probably aggravated murder. Jews convincing him to do it or not or whatever, it doesn't absolve him of it. So no, I am not encouraging anyone to buy into any particular theory or buy out of it. I don't care. I don't care if the Jews killed Charlie Kirk or not, from a let's analyze this criminal case perspective. The question is, did Tyler Robinson do it? That's it. Did he do it at the behest of the Jews or the Russians or North Korea or Donald Trump himself? It doesn't matter. If he did it, he did it. That's it. Now, everyone's free to speculate on everything else. It doesn't matter to me. And ultimately, it doesn't matter to anybody. You're allowed to do that, and it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to convince anybody, or you can try. It doesn't matter. What does matter, though, is Tyler Robinson's criminal case, because we have a criminal justice system, and Tyler Robinson, I know people aren't going to like this, but get over the phrasing, you whiny bitches. Tyler Robinson looks really fucking guilty. All of the evidence lines up to him doing this. Now, you can say you don't trust it. It doesn't matter. We're not the jury. Who cares? But I'm telling you, from a normie perspective, Tyler Robinson looks like the guy who did this. So now we have this phenomenon that is pretty unique to the United States. The person who appears most guilty needs to be afforded the maximum extension of rights that our country offers. And our job, part of our job watching this, is to check the system. That system is to make sure its transparency exists so that we can do our best to make sure that our government isn't fucking us over, that our government isn't ruining our lives and everything. We know they are in some ways, but through the justice system, that they're not targeting this guy. And that's part of it. But the honest part of that as well as just saying, well, he needs all of everything should be fully investigated. Well, yeah, within reason. Within reason. We want to make sure he's afforded the same criminal defense opportunity that anybody is. You know, he's accused of the biggest political assassination in a while. He needs to be afforded the same opportunity to defend himself as a drunk driver, as a shoplifter, as a drug user, everything, all of the rights, like nothing goes away. That's our job. But that analysis requires a somber look at the facts and not just saying, well, there could be more facts. Yeah, at some point there could be more facts, and at some point there always could be, and at some point there aren't, and you'll never know when that is. And that's why we have a system that has beyond reasonable doubt. The doubt has to be reasonable. What do you want? It's lovely. Get out of my office. I'm busy. Yes, I'll get around to it. DX Mania gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Thank you, DX Mania. Very much appreciated. Afix says, no idea who Wilson is, and I don't listen to women. I think the whole thing is a tarted popularity contest. Hope you're well. You too, chat. Treasure Island says, pinned super tips. Tell these motherfuckers to make me laugh. Well, motherfuckers make her laugh, I guess. Kiki Lee sent a high five with some jewels. Thank you very much. Okay, let me pin the super tip link. If you haven't seen the super tips, that's where you can send in something equivalent to a super chat, basically, and have one of our AI voices read it. Oh, so I mentioned what's next being the members only stream with Kurt. I did mention that. Here we go. Pin. The next thing, though, because that's just like one stream, right? Members only show, relax, recharge, laugh a little bit at Kurt. Baron Coleman, you're next. Your dumb, shitty content is next. We're going to go watch you be retarded in front of everybody. The funny thing is, your audience doesn't seem to realize how stupid you are, but I'm going to fix it. I am the Band-Aid on the open wound of retardation. You are next. This fucking loser was a fucking informant, a confidential informant for a corrupt state prosecutor. He's trying to say that something else happened. You wrote an affidavit, buddy, admitting to all of it. 2016. Yeah, that's right. The anti-government superhero, Baron Coleman, worked for a prosecutor. But guess what? That's not his worst crime. His worst crime is how fucking dumb he is, and we're going to get into it. We're going to get into it. It's going to start with him and Julian Dory. It's going to be great. I can't wait to share it with you guys. Jerry with a G sent some jewels. Thank you very much. All right. Let me get this. I've got us right at the...
That somebody...
I've got us right here where we left off with Patrick Bet David is talking. I don't understand, man. I don't understand any of these people and why they're around, but they are. Okay, so let me get this pulled up and then maximize this bad boy. We've got Knitting Kitten has become a YouTube member. Thank you so much. We're at 7 members so far for the show. Feel free, by the way, to gift some memberships to people. And especially if you know how the members only shows go, let's invite some more people into those. Those are a lot of fun. Okay. All right. And without further ado, this is right where we left off with him. He looks like he's about to dress down a Burger King employee. He's like, I ordered a Whopper. I ordered a Whopper without onions, and you put onions on it. What is this? I need you to take this Whopper back right now. I need you to take it back right now. Okay. Sorry. Knitting Kitten says, thanks for keeping your membership affordable. My pleasure. My pleasure for doing so. Okay, here we go.
told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is,
Bitch, you're pregnant. Of course you've got a gut feeling. Jesus.
what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do.
Okay, so this is Candace's way of weaseling out of making direct claims because she's dumb. She doesn't realize that's a direct claim. I do think at the end of this, we're going to find out Israel's involved. How? How are we going to find that out? What do you mean by that? What's the mechanism by which we will discover this? Because Candace already, with full confidence, has put this out there, right? With full confidence, Israel and the French Foreign Legion. She's already said it. So how are we going to find it out? We know that for her, belief is fact. Belief is proof until disproven because she is just allowed to think it, damn it. I'm allowed to think.
Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally.
Listen to this nonsense. Like they won't explore things that are going on in his life personally. Oh, okay. What does this have to do with anything? She's like, she mentions hard evidence again. I don't know why. It's not like a thing. Hard evidence versus again, what is it? Easy evidence or is it soft evidence? What is it? But she mentions it. There is a ton of physical evidence. Dare I say, there is direct evidence. And this is something they don't want to talk about. That video purports to be Tyler Robinson on the roof of the Losi building shooting Charlie Kirk. That's not circumstantial evidence. Now, not that this matters in the legal sense. It matters in the sense of people not understanding things. So they're like, oh, you got circumstantial evidence. That's fine. But this isn't circumstantial evidence. That's direct evidence. That is direct evidence. Now, you can say that it's not authentic. You can attack its authenticity. You can do all that. And if they win on that, then great. Then it's not evidence at all because it'll be excluded from the record. It won't matter, right? If they can show it's manipulated or something, right? And they can raise enough doubt to its authenticity, it won't be admitted into evidence. Then it won't be evidence and we don't have to worry about it. But if it's admitted into evidence, it's not circumstantial. It's direct. Watching someone do something is direct evidence, not circumstantial. Video is direct evidence when it shows what happened. So Candace doesn't understand these things. And I'm not going to go into a long diatribe yet until I get pissed off about why Candace doesn't understand things, but there's a reason. She doesn't understand this. And Candace has no endeavor to understand. And people need to take a quick step back before they jump down my throat. You're not invited. But before you jump down my throat about saying that Candace doesn't understand this and has no endeavor to understand it, she is a truth seeker, right? She's a champion of investigation, but she's not. She's not at all. Candace is a gut feeler, a gut feeling haver. She's a gut feelings haver. She has her gut feelings and she investigates her gut feelings. She has no desire to understand things that go against her gut feelings, and it's a nice shield for her. And she has no endeavor to find the truth except for as she defines it, which is her intuition, which she has learned to trust. Her intuition tells her what the truth is, and then she follows that. That's her truth. So when she says she wants to find truth, she's conflating terms because she doesn't understand words. To her, truth comes from within. She expresses that truth into the world, and then she wants to find that truth. That's a pretty big tell because Candace has admitted in this interview or in this debate and all over the place. She doesn't actually have evidence to support her claims, but she knows them to be true over and over. She is telling us, this is the most valuable insight into Candace Owens I've ever seen, but I haven't really watched much. She's telling us how she approaches problems. The problem that we have is a disconnect because we understand words to mean things that are in dictionaries. Candace doesn't have that disability. She is a superhuman in which words are malleable and completely subject to her whimsy at any given moment. And the best part about this superpower for her is that she doesn't know she's doing it. She doesn't have any idea. This is just how her mind works. It's not voluntary. It's not a skill. She's not deceiving you. She's not deceiving her. She does not have the capacity to know this. So remember what Candace has told us, that she's told us what truth is for her. Truth is her intuition, her feeling in her gut. When she says, I'm seeking the truth, listen to her. She's telling you, I'm seeking that intuition and what's in my gut. She's not seeking some objective truth, some greater factual scenario. She's seeking to show what she already believes, because Candace Owens cannot learn. She does not go from A to B to C. She exists in A and then she exists in C. There is no intervening step. She's a digital being that way. Not digital this way, but in moment to moment to moment. There is no flow from between them. There is no interrelation between them. She manifests truth from within and then looks for proof of it. And the only reason we know this is because Candace has told us this over and over and over in this debate and elsewhere. This is what she thinks. This is how it works. And she cannot fathom why other people don't see the world that way and why other people would find these conclusions. She's like, I don't understand how they would do this. Yeah, you don't. We know. Jeff K. Archer has become a YouTube member. Welcome. Your member is welcome here. Thank you. Thank you. Chai T says, Candace believes Jews planted dinosaur bones to trick Christians into questioning creation. She's a deeply unserious person not to be taken seriously. She's not unserious, though. She is serious. She is not to be taken seriously, but she is serious. Because, again, this is how her mind works. She has given us this gift to tell us how it works. Take her at her word. We got Jerry with a G with a couple laughing discos. Thank you. I don't know what that means. Here we go. Where are we here?
So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people.
How have you done that? What other evidence have you brought forward? You've been asked to provide any evidence, and she hasn't. She hasn't even alluded to any evidence. But listen to what it says. Well, if we're not convinced, we collectivize the idiocy. If we're not convinced that Tyler Robinson did this, then every avenue should be explored. What are you talking about? That's not how investigation works. I don't know if you guys know this. That's not how it goes.
People keep saying she has no evidence. It's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because
she has broken more news stories than anyone else in the world. Now, listen to what she listed. We're going back. We got to go back, right? ICE is here. Broken more news stories. It ends with the dog's name. Okay.
his life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dogs.
Down to pictures, details, police officers. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? The police officers' names are in the filings. They're in the filings. Now, if you check into some of this, and I've not explored all of the nonsense, but I saw one of these people. It might have been Lionel Media, it might have been Stu Peters. They're like, what about this officer who's never been identified? It took me 8 seconds to identify that officer because these are public employees. None of this is newsworthy. Well, we're going to get you the name of the officer. Why? What for? I mean, go for it. I don't think you should like stop or go. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, we're going to name the police officers. Don't worry. The state will do that. The state's going to name the police officers. And if the defense thinks there's a problem with one of those police officers, they'll name them. They're public employees involved in one of the biggest fucking investigations, like around a political assassination of our lifetime. They're going to be named. What are we talking about? What is going on here? What is happening?
Name wars, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were in,
again, collectivizing stupidity doesn't make it not stupid. Well, other people believe there's a conspiracy. A bunch of people have told me, by the way, that like I'm on the wrong side of this because the poll results support Candace. Like, so you should support Candace. That doesn't make any sense. I don't need to collectivize my opinion. I don't need someone else to bolster and shield what I can see, what I can research, what I know to be true, what I can, what I can endeavor to learn more about. And I need a collectivized opinion. Candace does.
involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy, down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy.
Listen to this extraordinary claim. First of all, she doesn't just collectivize things for herself. She collectivizes them for everybody, because she's a collectivist. I don't know if people know this. Candace is a collectivist, but she's the opposite of what she purports to be. But that's because she doesn't understand things. It doesn't matter. I'm getting lost. Candace says all the police officers, every department involved, down to the U.S. Marshals, believe there's a conspiracy. Taking her at her word, if one officer in each department believes that, then she's technically right, I suppose. But she then broadens that to the entire department, each entire department. Okay. What are we doing? And I think she's actually conflating the fact that they were investigating if a conspiracy had occurred, because that's kind of their job, to a conspiracy did occur. Those are different things. But I don't think she knows that, because she doesn't exist in a place where one thing leads to another. Jerry with a G sent 10 jewels. We've got Knitting Kitten says, I'm a therapist and I have thoughts about Candace. Me too. Me too. B-Jet Pilot. Her evidence is what she thinks. It's her channel. What she says on her channel is evidence. That was all she said. Yeah. Yep. Jacqueline Brennan says, bottom line, she took the money before the debate with a written contract that she would defend her claims with evidence. So just saying, I feel, wasn't okay. Well, I mean, I guess it was, though, right?
Conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are.
What they tried to obscure with the camera work, by the way, I don't know if you saw Andrew Wilson doing this. Candace Owens's team provided earpieces for everyone, including Andrew, including Candace, and including Patrick Bet David. Candace Owens's team provided earpieces. Now, I'm not going to go beyond that. People have made allegations about who they could talk to and what was said and where was information being fed. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't know why anybody agreed to have earpieces provided by Candace Owens' team. Like, I don't know why anybody in this debate room would do that, but I'm guessing it was part of the contract, maybe one of those non-negotiables. But yeah, the way they have them seated sideways like that, they have them obscured for the most part, but they've been shown and admitted to. They've been admitted to by Patrick Bet David. He's the one who outed it. Wait, we got a super tip here.
Flaccid evidence is a big problem, Nick. Do not pretend it's not.
I pretend nothing. I pretend nothing.
Lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, oh.
No one was supposed to see. What is she talking about? Cecil says has rated the stream over on Rumble. What is up, Cecil? What is up to the Cope Files audience? Welcome. Glad to have you guys here. And this is, look, she's doing a Stephen Hawking impression. I've got you cornered, Andrew. We've got Raggedy Man says, hey, Nick, back for more nuttery. Always here for nuttery.
Okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are
proven in court. What is she talking about? Nothing's been proven in court, right? It's all hearsay. It's all fake. What is she talking? Again, she will just say stuff. It just molds to what she needs now. She cannot think through these things. But she's now saying that stuff has been proven in court. What is that? What did you prove in court? Was it when you said that they couldn't possibly have done an autopsy? Was that what you proved in court? Was that it? Was that it? When you said they couldn't possibly have done an autopsy that fast, and then there was a medical examiner's report? When you said they didn't have video, then they couldn't identify him in any way, that the text messages were all fake. Those are all from your sources too.
recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they
wait. Oh, no. No. What did you build up with your audience? You tell me.
About that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience. That
wait, she said rapport. She said rapport. I thought she said report. I swore I heard the T. But see, we went back and we investigated it. My gut feeling said the truth was that she said the T, but I checked it out.
It's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit.
You don't think it's just vibes? What did you show with that? Doing the lateral crawl. Yet again, what? The lateral crawl. Ignore the lateral crawl, because Candace has two competing and incompatible theories about what the lateral crawl says. The lateral crawl has to be done by a high-level military-trained special forces operative. Lateral crawl. So it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson doing the lateral crawl. It was a high-level special forces operative that did the lateral crawl and went over to shoot Charlie Kirk. But also, Charlie Kirk wasn't shot from the Losi building by Tyler Robinson or anybody else. Okay, well, what's the guy doing the lateral crawl for? What's going on with that? What's the purpose of sending a Navy SEAL murder factory up to the Losi building to do a lateral crawl? Like what, to distract everybody? Was that the goal? Do you think that revealing the grainy cell phone recorded screen capture of that surveillance footage, do you think like recording and releasing that does anything for this case? She's like, well, now we know. What do you know? What do you learn from it? Do you think Tyler Robinson is incapable of doing what happened? And if so, why? Why do you think he's incapable of that? Why do you think that you need a military trained thing? Is it because someone dumb like Valhalla VFT said it was like a military thing? Like, I don't even know if that's her reasoning behind it, but it's insane. What about this thing do you think you broke? The only thing she did, by the way, the only thing she did by releasing that video was fuck with the defense. Because Erica Kirk asked for that video to be released. They requested the release of the video. The defense went against it. Tyler Robinson's team said, no, we think that could cause problems. Candace is the one who made a problem for the defense. You didn't release something that like Turning Point or the feds are hiding. The defense was hiding that. The defense. The prosecution wants it out there. They would love to release the better resolution video.
So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here.
Jacqueline Brennan says, stupid to do this without a lawyer familiar with Utah law. Wait, who? Me? I'm familiar enough with Utah law and this stuff. Like, I don't know what, I'm not sure what you're, like who you're getting at there. Are you talking about them? Like they should have a lawyer there, like to say, hey, blah, 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 and interject. I mean, maybe, but that would be very boring. Ryan is trying and says, when you think about it, toddlers are basically Navy SEALs because they know how to crawl. Well, see, you forget how to do it at like age 7. And from then on, you become just a worthless adult.
And I think that you understood what I was saying, is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public. And this information has been proven true.
The crazy thing is Candace is claiming like to have done something here while admitting that she didn't actually do any of it. People just send her stuff and she presents it to the public. Okay. Thanks, I guess.
Presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they don't believe, they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe.
Oh, Jesus. Thank God. By the way, big shout out to Good Logic taking a break from his orthodox murdering of American political figures. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. It's a joke. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for raiding the show. Welcome to the good people of Good Logic's channel. Jacqueline Brennan says, no, the debate. Yes, a lawyer just for the legal terms. Yeah, that would be great, I guess. But it would also be boring. Like it would mess up the flow of the debate. Also, they had lawyers there who are familiar with Utah law, like on their research teams or whatever.
Everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
well,
saying what I think
mean,
and collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't.
What do you
answer them.
mean?
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just want to
see this fucking idiot. People answer your questions constantly. You don't listen. You don't want to listen. You steamroll past them because they go against your gut. They go against your gut feeling. So why would you listen to them? They must be wrong. These don't involve Israel murdering Charlie Kirk.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. Why? Andrew Wilson's in the chair. That's who you're talking to. And here we get to. I'm not saying this is a female characteristic, but this is a stereotypical female characteristic. And we see why this discussion has gone the way it has, don't we? Like always, Candace is jealous that the wrong man is sitting near her. She wanted another man to be there. And he didn't give a shit to be there. Oops. Well, I want Andrew Colvett here. Well, he's not. You agreed to debate Andrew Wilson. Andrew Colvett should be in that chair. And this is, of course, part of their need for Andrew Wilson to be a paid collaborator of Turning Point USA. As if that would be a problem in any way. It wouldn't. I haven't seen it. Like they've all denied ludicrously denied the assertions because they're not really worth addressing, honestly. But they have denied all of them. Then no, this isn't what's going on. He's not paid. He's not an employee. Blah 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 blah. So they sit there and went through all that, and she, again, without evidence, just suggests that no, he is a collaborator. He is for Turning Point. Therefore, Andrew Colvett should be there. She is offended and slighted. Listen to how she reacted like in the last show. I can't believe the White House didn't return my calls. Yeah, a lot of bitches give out their numbers at the club and the guy ignores them. Like, get over it. Nobody fucking cares. I don't know why. I can't imagine hanging out with this person.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think
she doesn't understand that she has never actually expressed an inference. She doesn't know. God, I'm going to lose my mind.
that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine.
Who's sowed
forget
them?
answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing?
Aren't you sowing them? They nailed it. But also, again, she's demanding Andrew Wilson account for Turning Point USA, which no one needs to account for Turning Point USA. So I got people don't trust Turning Point USA. I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but Charlie Kirk was the spark of Turning Point USA. He got summarily killed, kind of broke up all the plans of Turning Point USA, and they have to scramble to find a new voice or whatever. And people are looking for Charlie, but he's not. Charlie was generational, right? Like, there are other generational people, but are they the right person for Turning Point? And honestly, the organization may not survive. Losing a key figure in any organization puts it at risk. There's some industries that are less reliant on key figures than others. You know, there's some industries that are kind of straightforward. If you have someone else with expertise, they can take over, like manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But certain businesses and certain industries rely heavily on personality. If Elon Musk dies tomorrow, what happens to Tesla and SpaceX? Like, what honestly happens to those things if he's gone? Who takes over? Who's Elon Musk? Who is the next Musk? Is it Jeff Bezos? He's too busy on a yacht with Lauren Sanchez. Like, he can't be bothered with that shit. So who's it going to be? Who would do it? I think the companies would dramatically lose value. The stock market would reflect it immediately, of course. There are other industries that don't work like this, but an industry like Turning Point, with direct communication from the key figure of Charlie Kirk, having Charlie Kirk gone and eliminated, they've got to be on life support. I mean, hospice alert, like I said, and this is not reflective. Again, this is a conflation. Nobody trusts them anymore. It's like, well, yeah, they had a massive drop off in viewership, of course, because they lost the thing that was the draw. And you can try and force it back, but like you can't force it. You have to find something to fit what people are looking for, and you may never do it. So again, it's all just dishonest. And that's what I hate about this fucking discussion.
Nick, if we are not listening to Candace, we are forgetting her past. Remember, we are supposed to listen to women of color when they speak. To question them is proof of your failure as a white man.
That's true. That is true. DX Mania says Candace Owens not only doesn't listen to the answers, she doesn't understand them either. She didn't bother listening to stuff because she knows, like, she can't articulate it probably, but she knows she can't understand. So why listen? Jacqueline Brennan, Candace Owens called Erica Kirk a black widow twice. That's pretty direct. She's white. Kimberly Campbell says Candace sat down with Erica and answered her questions, and Candace is still doing this to Erica and TPUSA. I think you're saying Erica answered Candace's questions. Yeah, she's not going to stop. Again, she's not based in any sort of reality. This is a lunatic.
A lot of those seeds of distrust.
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny
People
is,
act like I'm
I think
ground
they're
zero.
PR. I'll be fair.
You know, it's funny. Like that. This is the only point that's kind of right, but it's not that they're doing it to themselves. It's that Tyler Robinson did this to Turning Point. Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk may have killed Turning Point. It's a slower death, right? Candace is like, wasn't me. Yeah, we know. You're just a random dummy. You're a random dummy. And a bunch of other people have latched on because they don't understand things like evidence. They don't understand proof. And they're watching this from the sidelines because they have other stuff in their life to do with. It doesn't make them dumb. Candace is the dumb one. The people who latch on to her stuff are just Americans looking for some sort of information and entertainment. Infotainment is the industry. Candace provides it, and then they go, oh, okay. I'm getting information that I'm not available to get anywhere else. Is that true? Not usually. Usually it's available somewhere else. A lot of the information Candace is purporting to release is actually in the filings. A lot of it is, if you know where to look, if you've gone through them. But who has time? But Candace just says this has never been seen before. No one knows any of this. Oh, believe me, a lot of people know this stuff. You're late to the party.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officer.
So here we go. In which Candace Owens makes a ludicrous claim, and dumb motherfuckers like Patrick Bet David, I saw him on some other podcast, like defending it. So like, she couldn't say stuff due to legal reasons. Candace Owens is under zero legal obligation to anyone from a state to her perspective. Now, maybe she has private contracts. Is that what she's talking about? Is that it, Candace? You want to answer some questions about private contracts and who you might be privately speaking with and privately being funded by and paid by, and who's doing your advertising and all that stuff? I'm sure some people would like to ask you those questions. Just asking questions, right? But are those the legal obligations? Because if she's referring to something like defamation, he can't back her into a defamation case because it's true, right, Candace? Does that put you in a legal pickle? How? What's the pickle? Now, people have said that this is a clever reference to the pickle jar, which would be perfect for Candace because it wasn't a pickle jar. It was an olive jar. All of her evidence is bullshit. Kayla Anderson says, why was Andrew sweating and shaking his boots? I have no idea. Why do you think? Do you think the chain-smoking Andrew Wilson is not going to shake when he's sitting there for 3 hours without a cigarette? I mean, you can go for it.
Officers, I would seat them all, and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical.
Does that mean that you do think so?
She doesn't have a non-disparagement clause or agreement with TPUSA, or they'd already be executing it. She's disparaged Turning Point plenty of times.
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right?
Wait, hold on. This cunt is going to take a 0.01% homicide, the assassination of a major political figure in public in front of thousands of people. And she's going to say it's not conducted the way 80% of homicide investigations are. But then she says it's usually conducted by someone you know. The investigation? Are you talking about the investigation, you moron? I think she means committed. I think she means that the murder is usually committed by someone you know. Let me go ahead and do this. That's one of these truisms. Sounds right. They always investigate the immediate family first. They don't. That's not a thing. Actually, automatically investigating the family is not only not a thing, it's a violation of the Constitution. To automatically investigate the family, you have to have at least reasonable suspicion and eventually probable cause to conduct, use reasonable suspicion to get in the doorway, but then to, get warrants and fulfill the investigation fully, you need probable cause. You can't just do that by saying, well, often it's the immediate family. Now, the reason this truism seems to hold up, is because you're more likely to be around people that you know. Oftentimes, your immediate family. Immediate families are often the last people to have seen someone. So when someone dies when they were at home and then they leave and then they're dead or whatever, a lot of times the immediate family gets asked, so what was going on? Were they around? Is there any fighting? Anything like that? That's not an investigation into the immediate family. That's an investigation into the death that involves some questions. It doesn't mean that there's a suspect or anything like that. But that's just proximity. That's proximity when they don't know anything else. It has nothing to do with the actual process of investigating. The actual process of investigating says, we have a dead body. What do we know about this scene? And then they start breaking things down. They gather the information that they know, and then they start following leads, and then they start eliminating things and narrowing it down until they find, hopefully, the person they believe who did it. How that goes is irrespective of immediate family or not. Was Erica Kirk on top of the Losi building with a sniper rifle? If she was, they would investigate her first. But she wasn't. Was she even there? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. But because if she was there, I'm sure she did it. If she wasn't there, I'm sure she paid someone to do it, right? That's Erica Kirk wanted Charlie dead. Why? What evidence? Where is any of this coming from? Because she wants it to be there. She wants them to investigate Erica Kirk. There's no evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in this. Zero. Did she do it? Yes. 100% Erica Kirk killed Charlie. But there's no evidence anywhere that anyone's seen of it. Candace has a feeling in her gut that Erica was involved. Along with Israel, the French Foreign Legion, a standard Army infantry unit. And also the federal government. All of those people are involved, and Erica Kirk, definitely, but they don't have any evidence. She just knows. She knows. Oh my gosh, I have to. Hold on. What are this food? Obnoxious. What? Never mind. Never mind. I can't. What a lunatic. Okay, anyway. This is her entire shtick. Erica Kirk has to be involved. Israel has to be involved. And so she will, re-traumatize Erica Kirk and make these side accusations to her all day. She never needs any evidence, and she'll say, well, she wasn't investigated. There's a reason. The investigators didn't find anything to link any of these people or entities to it. Do we think for a second, if there was evidence that Erica Kirk killed Charlie Kirk, that they would not have followed up on it? And why? Not the feds. Remember, they all think there's a conspiracy, but they won't look into it. That doesn't make any sense. These two positions are not compatible. They're not compatible. All right, here we go.
And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out.
No, it doesn't mean that the police trusted anybody. There was nothing tying that backpack to the murder, you dumb lady. What are you talking about? This does happen all the time in crime scenes, by the way. When they get a piece of evidence, they collect something from the scene or whatever, and they find out that it's not related. Maybe they look at it. There's no fingerprints. There's no DNA. There's nothing. Well, what's this backpack doing? No one knows. No one cares. It's not relevant. What is the backpack doing? They don't need to find out what the backpack was doing because the backpack doesn't appear to be linked to anything. Now, if they have anything linking the backpack, they won't give it back. But they have nothing linking it. So they're like, all right, yeah. Items are dropped when there's like a shooter and people are scrambling around or they're left behind, etc. What's the backpack? What's the significance? Tell us what it is, because cops can't just say this might be significant at some point. What do you mean it might be significant at some point? It might be relevant at some point. That's not how American justice works. That's not how investigation works. They investigate, they tie things together. Nothing ties this backpack to it. Candace is convinced that backpack matters. Why? She doesn't know, by the way. She has no information other than a backpack was returned to Charlie Kirk's security team. She decided that security team was involved in the murder, therefore that backpack is relevant. But that's not how it works. Candace, what about the backpack will solve the murder? Tell us. Tell us what it is.
Out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100 million
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
up.
But
what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind,
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it.
Why?
That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Okay. Remember, Candace is allowed to think anything. But Erica Kirk is disallowed from thinking the guy who kind of looks like he definitely did it? Why? Why is Erica Kirk, the widow of the deceased, why is she required to not think that the accused did it? Why is that? What are we talking about? Where does she get this idea? Kimberly says, Candace is being sued by a member of Charlie's security team. Oh, yeah, she is, isn't she? That's weird. How's that going to go? Kayla Anderson says, why did Erica lie about text message Colvett showed Candace Owens? Did she lie? Like, I don't know. I don't know that she lied, so I don't know why she would have. But who'd she lie to? When was the lie made? All these things. I have no idea. What does this have to do with the case? And this is where some people may not understand me very well. If you, which is frustrating, because when this first happened and people asked me, are you going to comment on this? What about the exploding mic and stuff? This is months and months ago. Like, what would have been last year, I think. And I was like, I'm not going to comment on that stuff because that is irrelevant. It's completely useless. I don't care what Erica does or says or whatever. Erica is not a suspect in the case. Erica is not an attorney in the case. Erica is not represented in this case. She has an attorney representing her rights as a victim's spouse. But aside from that, that doesn't impact the prosecution of Tyler Robinson. So what do I care if Erica lied about a text message or not? I'm not saying she did or didn't. I don't know. But I can't comment on this because it has no legal merit. So you're in the realm of why did someone do something that isn't related to a law, that isn't related to a criminal prosecution? I don't know. People do things that are right and wrong all the time, smart and dumb. Turning Point certainly has done a bunch of dumb stuff. Erica's done some dumb stuff. She's made some bad looking appearances and stuff. Like, I don't disagree with that. I just don't give a shit because I don't know why I'm supposed to. I care about the prosecution of this case. So things related to the crime, I care about. Talk to me about that. If you ask about the other stuff, I don't know. I'm not looking into that stuff because it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to solve the murder. I'm trying to find out if the state has solved the murder, because the state's made the charge. The state's going to trial. Unless the judge says no, the judge isn't going to say no, but unless the judge says no, the state's going to trial. So I want to know what's going on there. Everything else, you guys can figure it out. Kayla Anderson says, who do you think ghost wrote Andrew's opening lecture? Why do you think it was ghost written? Do you think anything Andrew said, he was reading from his phone, but do you think anything he read off that was something he was incapable of producing or that didn't sound like his voice? I don't know. I don't care if someone ghost wrote it or not. But do you think Andrew was incapable of writing that for some reason? Like, what is the assertion here? What's the assertion? I know some of the people on his research team. Like, I didn't know they were on his research team until afterwards, but okay. But let's say one of them wrote it. Like, I'll take it. Okay, what? So? Like, what are we doing? Why does it bother you? Jacqueline Brennan says, think about what's happening. Parts of the right are fighting to free a trans furry lover activist who also off the right's most influential leader. Well, saying they're part of the right is just taking their word for it. Gabriel Archer says, Candace gets a lot of attention and viewers because she is pretty. Ooh. I don't know. This is the same reason I watch you in moderation. Be more pretty. Well, look, we're getting there. Gen X Medic says, like I said on Locals, Charlie gave Candace a smash and dash, creepy, obsessed fling. And she hates that Charlie married the blonde. She hates that. Could be. I'm going with it. I have lots of facts to support it. Chai T says, here's my conspiracy. Candy Ass has been awful chummy with national enemies in China, Russia, and the Middle East. I'm just asking questions. Kayla Anderson says, why didn't you accept the Minnesota State investigation about your young daughter testing positive for coke? I wanted them to investigate more. What are you talking about? Does Andrew Wilson believe you're guilty? I have no idea. I was guilty of possessing cocaine. I wasn't guilty of anything else. They didn't accuse me of that, by the way. Do you understand that they didn't accuse me of that? I wasn't accused of giving cocaine to my daughter. I wasn't accused of anything related to that. I asked them to do more investigation. I demanded it. They said no. And then they dropped it. Please look into this. Something happened and I don't know what it was. I want answers. State isn't interested in it. You tell me, genius. Stephen Crater, member for 9 months, says, thanks for the stream. You are welcome. Jacqueline Brennan says, Erica Kirk came, said Andrew's text wasn't there. It was Signal. Oh, is that what it was? It was Signal, not text? Oh, my gosh. But I don't care about that. The real Trace in space. Thank you for the jewels. Here we go. Back to it.
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. It's what's she complicit in?
Yes.
What's she
so
complicit
sowing
in?
this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? Do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that.
Kayla Anderson says, why are you so angry about Candace Owens wanting more investigation? I've never been angry about Candace Owens wanting more investigation. You have a misunderstanding going on. I'm not angry that she wants more investigation. She's free to want whatever she wants. I'm annoyed that she doesn't listen. She doesn't understand. She doesn't learn. And she decides to just unconditionally reject evidence. Candace Owens will straight face tell you that there is no evidence that links Tyler Robinson to the gun on top of the Losi building. She will straight face tell you that right now. There's a ton of it. She said 0% chance that Tyler Robinson is the shooter. That is one of the dumbest assertions, even if you believe he's not guilty. That's about as dumb as you can possibly get. I get angry at stupidity. I don't care about her wanting more investigation or not. She can want investigation all day. What I got angry at covering the prior portion of the debate, I got angry when she said that she can't investigate. She said it. She's like, I can't investigate these things. Why? Why can't you? What's stopping you? The answer is nothing. Nothing's actually stopping her. She just needed to sound like she was somehow held back from investigating this. She says her whole show is investigation. She can investigate all these things. She's gotten everything that no one else has access to, but she couldn't investigate that. She couldn't investigate that thing. That annoys me because it's just dumb. She can investigate anything to the level she's investigated this thing. My assessment of that investigation is that it's poor. It's uneducated. She doesn't understand the words she's using, and she's demonstrated it over and over and over again. But she's free to do that with every other thing. But on that one, she didn't. Why? Why not? Liz Mitchell has become a member. Welcome, Liz. Thank you for joining. Your beautiful member will fit right in here.
Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago.
Gina says, maybe because she's not a fucking cop, Nick. Gina, this dumb bitch is telling everyone she is leading the investigation, the real investigation into Charlie Kirk's death. That's her. She is leading the public investigation. That's her. But she's not a cop? What are you talking about? Why does she have to be a cop to investigate? She has specifically rejected that idea, that categorization, and that limitation. Mitchell Cohen, stop spamming or you'll get banned. And you'll also be called a homosexual. Other than that, you can share your whatever you want. Kayla Anderson says, Candace has said the gun found was Tyler's dozens of times. Why are you lying? And the gun was not found on the roof. I didn't say she said that it wasn't Tyler's. I said, she will tell you there's nothing linking Tyler to that gun on the roof of the Losi building. Keep up. You're listening as well as Candace does.
When I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert.
I guarantee you a lawyer did not say that. Whatever Candace heard for real was the opposite of that. Well, this is probable cause. The state's going to bring stuff and then we go investigate. What are you talking about? Probable cause? The state has and has delivered to the defense over 700 hours of video, like over 500,000 different documents and photos and whatever. And she's like, yeah, they're going to start their investigation after probable cause. That she's going to claim that some attorney said that to her. If he said that to you, it's only because he thought you would believe it because he thinks you're retarded. You fucking dummy. Oh my God. Jacqueline Brennan says she used Corey Richard's conviction on circumstantial evidence as to why Erica Kirk is guilty too, but wants 4K footage plus everything else to even consider Tyler Robinson. Nazer says, Candace cultists are the flat earthers of the law. The earth is flat because Australia is fake. We know this. The Aserious Man says, my member would never fit on this channel, so you get just the tip. Hey, we've been doing our stretches. Your member will fit just fine.
That Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay,
Okay. Hold on. Something weird just happened to my internet. Give me just a second. Just a second. I'm going to be right back. Don't worry. I'll be right back. This is on my end. I think I can fix it. Hold on. Sorry about that. I forgot about the muting thing. So for whatever reason, my docking station, because I'm into docking, that sometimes just decides that the Ethernet cable that is plugged into it doesn't need to go through to my computer, and it switches to the Wi-Fi, which is not great. So sorry about that. I just had to unplug the dock and plug it back in. We should be good now. Maybe, although, hold on. Yeah. Okay, we should be all set now. Nazer says, Candace cut the Wi-Fi from my secret sources. True. Kayla Anderson says, there is no evidence of a gun on the roof other than the unidentified man caught on cop's body cam in court with a pistol in hand. Keep up. Candace identified the unidentified man last week. FYI. I don't care about the unidentified man. I don't care about that at all. By the way, there is actually video of that rifle on the roof. There is. You don't have to like the video. You can say the video's grainy and I can't see it. Cool. Don't give a shit. There is video of that rifle on the roof of the shooter laying down on the roof, pointing the rifle at Charlie Kirk and taking the shot. It's there. You can say whatever you want. I'm not requiring you to believe it. It will be introduced as that at trial. It will be admitted at trial. It will be admitted along with the video showing him coming, going across campus and all that stuff. It will be admitted also with the same video showing him with the rifle in the towel that is on the roof, drop down from the roof, and then run off to the area of the woods where they found the rifle. That's all on video. That's there. And if you think a jury won't accept it, then you have not watched enough trials. Juries have accepted far grainier video, and not on rare occasions, all the time. All the time. If you think that you have to have a 4K video of the serial number on the side of the gun to show that that's a murder weapon, I've got news for you. You're incorrect. You're very incorrect. Most closed circuit and security camera telephone or video cannot positively identify the gun. What are you thinking? You think like a gas station where a guy pulls out a 9mm and points it at the Pakistani guy behind and shoots him in the head and then robs the place? You think that video is like reading the serial number and the model number on the side of the gun? You think it can read the Sig Sauer logo? No. What are you talking about? What expectation do you guys have that you think that this investigation is going to require an extraordinary level of proof that is not present in the overwhelming majority of murder cases? They've got this faggot's DNA all over that gun. It's everywhere. You know where the DNA is the least degraded, by the way, and is the strongest? On the fucking trigger. Like, my God, man. This is such a blowout for the prosecution. They can't fathom why people online watching this don't see him as guilty. It's unreal at this stage what they have presented, and people out there just like, la la la, I don't understand anything, so I'm gonna pretend that nothing has happened. Pretend it all day. They don't care. They're going to run him straight into fucking prison and probably the death penalty. You know why? Because the evidence that has been submitted and shown to the court and relied on by the defense is going to come in at trial, and it's going to be convincing to a jury, because the evidence that they've shown is of the same kind that is always convincing to a jury. They don't just have one grainy video from far away. They have a whole video timeline that's going to be narrated by a prosecutor saying, and here's this fucking dork limping across campus, talking to the TPUSA people. So he tries to fit in and blend in and get an idea of what's going on. And then he drives home or somewhere else. And then he comes back in different clothes. And then he pimp limps up and down stairs until all of a sudden he's on the roof. He lays down, he gets out the gun or pulls the gun up, and he levels it and fires it. At the exact moment that it's fired, he gets up, grabs the gun, wraps it in the towel, runs to the edge of the building, drops the towel and the gun down. He drops down, then he runs across the campus over to the wooded area where we found the gun later. And it's 250 miles away from where that gun should be. And we have no idea how Tyler Robinson and that gun got on campus together, but they were. It was probably the Black Hawk helicopters we sold to Israel, dropping in Egyptian operatives into like one rape Lance Twiggs and two who liked it, and two to grab the gun while Lance is busy cleaning up. And then they went back in their helicopters and they fucking flew back over to UVU and deposited that rifle where they geolocated his phone to be when he was looking at porn. What do you think happened? How do you think these things occurred? Do you think these co-occurrences? It's like, well, nothing is a coincidence. Tyler Robinson took the gun from his fucking apartment straight to the campus, shot Charlie Kirk, and deposited it in the woods. You know how I know that? Because it's fucking obvious. What are you talking about? There was a man with a pistol. Who cares? There's a bunch of people with pistols there. There's plainclothes officers. There are plainclothes federal agents. There's plainclothes security. They're all armed. Yeah, we got it. You know what bullets weren't found in Charlie Kirk? Anything from a handgun. Zero things. You know what was found in Charlie Kirk? A 30-06 150 grain core locked soft point bullet. What are you talking about? All of this is 100% consistent with all of the evidence that they have. And there is not another story. Not one. Nothing. You can't come up with a single goddamn thing that makes any sense, because there is no evidence. So you're like, well, maybe this, well, maybe, no, maybe nothing. There's no maybe anymore. They know what happened. They have more evidence. They're going to bring it all in. And the fucking cherry on top that was injected with vodka so it helps the ice cream go down, that's Tyler saying, yeah, I fucking did it, you retard. Jesus Christ, how are you this dumb still? How are people like this? My God, you could look at yourself in the mirror and say it was someone else. Oh. Big Nuts. Big Nuts has become a YouTube member. Thank God. Kayla Anderson says, show video of the rifle or apologize for lying. It's the video that Candace showed. Candace showed us the video of the rifle on the roof, you dummy. Candace showed it. This dumb bitch right here. She's the one who provided the video of your hero, Tyler Robinson, shooting Charlie Kirk. The one the defense didn't want to show because it's so prejudicial to everybody else. Every normal person on earth goes, oh, so the little cuck did it. That's it. It's over. That video Done. Combine it with him saying, yeah, I did it, guys. Hey, see the surveillance footage? That's me. Wasn't anybody else. That was me. Yeah, I did it. Please delete these messages, though. Like I was trying to hide it, but fuck, they put my picture up on TV. I did it. My dad called me. I'm fucking done. Oh my God. He's just telling you over and over that he did it. And you're like, no, I will save you. You are a white knighting this weird little gay boy who murdered someone and felt bad about it. He feels bad about it. He said, I wish I hadn't killed him. That was dumb. He made a bad decision. It happens. Holy shit. Why aren't you taking him at his word? What reason do you have to disbelieve? Well, those might not have been his messages. Evidence. Evidence. Where is it? What evidence was it not his messages? What thing makes you think it was someone else? Not that it maybe could be. Evidence. Not your gut. Your gut is retarded. You're probably fat. We can tell. Jesus. Guy Man says, haha, love it, Nick. You're the best. Thank you. Or it says, you're the best, Nick. I don't want to be a liar. Kayla Anderson, I don't care about the unidentified man on the roof with the gun in his hand. Nick Ricada, thanks for the clip, legal. Yeah, I don't. Why would I care about an unidentified man on the roof with a gun in his hand? What gun? What gun? Is it the Mauser? Is it the 30-06 that was used to shoot Charlie Kirk? If not, I don't care. When was it taken? Why? Wait, no, don't tell me. It doesn't matter. It literally is irrelevant. I don't know how to tell you this. There's a bunch of people there with guns. There was a shooter on campus. You know what people do when they hear a shot and they're carrying? They pull out their gun in case they have to shoot him. In case they have to shoot a bitch. Seize the day. Member for 12 months. Nick is back. Yeah, #1 leaderboard. FUKB. What? Oh my goodness. Right-wing extremist says, today I learned that if there's a video of you going upstairs to the roof, a guy on the roof shooting, and you coming back down the stairs from the roof, I have no evidence you shot someone on the roof. Yeah, none. Oh my God.
You know, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made the arrest.
I don't understand how.
This is where I hate both sides of this debate. Because they've both done this. Why didn't they do it different? Who cares? Why didn't they do it different? Isn't evidence of anything. That's evidence of you having an opinion that differs from theirs, with the full benefit of hindsight, by the way. Well, this was a bad look. Why did Erica do this? I don't know. Why would she go on a podcast with you? That was the dumbest thing she could do. You're a vindictive, evil cunt, and we've all known it forever. Ever since, like, you came onto the scene as a prototypical, monstrous, liberal, feminist piece of shit. You haven't changed just because you woke up one day and realized you were conservative. You didn't. You don't even know what it means. You didn't realize any of this shit. You realized an opportunity. That being said, yeah, Erica going on your show is retarded. She shouldn't have done it. So she didn't know that at the time. Now you're like, why would she do any of this? Why would she? I don't know. She wasn't making great decisions. Oh, I don't know. Maybe your husband got murdered in front of everybody and people like you are blaming her. Fuck you, dummy. Why'd she do these things? She doesn't know what to do. No one goes into these situations. No one's prepared for this shit. Cage gave me a goat trophy. Thank you. SF says, after that rant, I feel like I need a smoke and I don't smoke. Lizzie for freedom has become a member. Thank you. Welcome, Lizzie. Your member will fit in here very well.
How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public?
It is an open and shut case. That's the crazy thing. In every context, what they have presented is considered an open and shut case. In every context. The only thing making it not an open and shut case is Candace's maniac musings. That's it. It's an open and shut case, as open and shut as any murder case can be at this point. And again, presumably they have more. It's not close. This isn't a maybe. This is, at this point, they are so much further down the road than most solid murder cases. Like, we're not talking, again, every lawyer other than Lionel Media and Baron Coleman, who are knuckle-dragging retards. I don't know what else to call them. Actually, I think they're just lying, but whatever. Every lawyer who looks at this goes, who's done criminal defense or criminal prosecution, goes, holy shit, they got a really fucking good case at probable cause. Like, holy shit. They've got a really good case at probable cause. You know why? Because there is no plausible alternative theory. And if there was, this cult of weirdos would have constructed it and laid it out somewhere, but they haven't. All they've done is poked holes, which, by the way, poking holes in a blanket doesn't destroy the blanket. I don't know if you guys know this, but there are blankets, entire blankets full of holes. Like if they're knit or crocheted, holes everywhere. Those are still blankets and they still work just fine. You think you're poking holes in a narrative? You're not. You're saying, I see a thing that makes me believe something. Okay, great. But you might be dumb. And if you're dumb, you seeing that thing is of no value. I go through this all the time. I see things where I'm like, that seems important, and it isn't. Sometimes I'm dumb. I know this. Like, I try and guard against it, but even I fool myself sometimes. Sometimes I do get a McDonald's hamburger. I'm like, you know what? I see the nutritional value in this. I'm wrong every single time. But if these people can't construct a narrative, you're not going to go in. I know it's not your burden, but you're not going to go in against this case with no narrative and defend it. And I'm going to tell you something. They're not going to defend Tyler Robinson the way you think they are. They're not going to. They're going to, hopefully for them, get no bind over on the sole aggravator. They're getting bind over on the murder. Guaranteed. He is going to trial. Like, I am so confident in this that it's embarrassing that anyone thinks anything else. They're going to get bind over on the murder for sure. The question is whether or not they'll get bind over on the aggravator. And if they don't get bind over on the aggravated murder, he is still going to trial for first degree murder, and they don't need to redo anything. They don't need to rebrief. He's going. They've got all the elements of the murder at probable cause. No problem. Their hope is to get rid of the aggravator now. If they get rid of the aggravator now, they have leverage to get a plea and get him a chance to have parole in 40 years. That's their hope. If they can't, they want to get rid of the aggravator because instead of going for death penalty, they go after life without parole. And, okay, well, he's going to do 40 years. So when he's 65, 70 years old, maybe he can get out. Maybe. That's their win condition. You guys think that they're going to go in there and be like, Tyler Robinson didn't do it. Jews did. They'll be disbarred because Jews control the bar. You can't go in and say that. You know that. What do you think they're going to say? What do you think they're going to do? What do you think? Again, think. Candace likes to use that word even though she doesn't know what it means. What do you think the alternative is? And if you don't have a story to tell the jury, the state has a really good one that they'll listen to. If you think anything else is going to happen right now, they're not bringing in the French Foreign Legion. They're not bringing in the Jews. They're not going to blame Erica Kirk. You think that defense puts the grieving widow of Charlie Kirk on the witness stand, or well, the prosecution is going to put her on the witness stand. She's going to cry. She's going to say how horrible it was seeing all this and watching all that this happened, etc. And then you think the defense is going to be like, now, Miss Kirk, Why did you lie about a text from Andrew Wilson? Why'd you do that? Is it because you're complicit in smearing our client? Listen to yourselves. Candace needs to listen to herself. Smearing the man accused of murdering your husband in front of everybody. And again, not just wantonly or randomly accused. The guy very credibly accused. What do you think they're going to do? You think they're going to cross-examine Erica Kirk aggressively in Utah? You think they're going to cross-examine the white, pretty blonde woman and accuse her of smearing the guy who almost guaranteed murdered her husband in front of everybody and left her 2 kids without their father? Do you think the court wants to, is like, Miss Kirk, how dare you? You think the jury's going to be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she wasn't nicer to Tyler Robinson. What do you think will happen? How do you think this is going to go? The indomitable Green Skull says, Candace is sitting in a literal cut chair watching overwhelming evidence have its way with her. I don't know, but I know. Smooth brain. I think it's, we don't know, but we know. I think that's what she says. Kayla Anderson says, Candace did not show a video of anyone on the roof with a rifle. Why are you lying? Show the Candace video that you're talking about. You're joking, right? Like, you're joking. She's the one who released the video of the guy doing the lateral crawl. That was her. What are you talking about? How do you not know this? You don't know this case? You don't know anything? You don't know the facts? Biggest fan says Marshmallow High. Hi. Respawn Noob says Glenn Beck's daughter is an aggravator. She was there. I don't know what you mean by aggravator in this context. Aggravator in the context I was talking about has a very specific legal meaning.
Into this, if she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you
believe,
saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just
She's like, I don't believe that at that stage that she believed it. She was just saying it. Well, does she believe it now? What are we talking about? And again, what the fuck is she talking about? She's sitting here saying, like, I don't believe that Erica Kirk believed Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Why? Why do you believe she didn't believe that? Because she knows that he was killed by Jews and the French. This is why. She's dumb.
say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips.
Artifact says this grifting jackass is really milking this retarded debate. Yep.
Take it out of context and make
100%.
it seem like I said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why? And
Because
when,
we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to
well,
watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctored
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just
was,
complicit in
and
believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective.
When I re-examine her actions backwards, so when I start with my conclusion and work backwards, where else have I heard that? Where else have I heard you start with the conclusion and go backwards? Where was it? Where was it? Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman. Baron Coleman said you start with the conclusion of the legal document, and that gives you the roadmap. What?
Perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting...
You did not. Yes, you have. What are you talking about?
Actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that. for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know,
Why would she
got
tell the
I
truth
wanted to
to
have
you?
that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly.
This is amazing. Kayla Anderson says, the man doing the lateral crawl on the roof had nothing in either hand. Why are you lying? Play the Candace video and apologize for lying. He had a rifle in his hand. Kayla Anderson, he had a rifle in his hand while doing the lateral crawl. You know how I know that? Because he used that rifle to shoot Charlie Kirk. And then when he ran away, he still had the rifle. Yep. But here's the problem. I'm confident in my assertion that he had a rifle in his hand when he did the lateral crawl. You, on the other hand, I'm going to guess, I think earlier in this chat, said that it was too grainy to see, right? I believe you said that it was too grainy to see. I'm sorry that your eyes suck. Mine don't. You don't see a rifle. I do. I see it. But if you don't see a rifle because you can't see anything, because you think that video is too grainy to make anything out, you similarly cannot assert that he doesn't have a rifle. You can't see. I can. I'm also not retarded. I know he's got a rifle in his hand. I have plenty of evidence all around it. I also see him lay down with the rifle and shoot it. I got it. You can't see it? That's your fucking problem. But if you think it's too grainy, you can't make an assertion about what he does or doesn't have. You can't do it. I don't believe it's too grainy. Again, I have all the corroboration I need. I also have eyes. I've looked at plenty of footage from cameras just like that of someone murdering someone with a gun. I'm confident in it. You don't have to be. I don't care. Gen X Medic says people are forgetting this kid not only did it, but he's likely a Mormon from a Mormon family in Utah. He disgraced the state and the faith. Nazar says women are restarted. I think you mean retarded. From Andrew. Candace confirmed. Right-wing extremist says, unless his lawyers are Jerry Spence and Clarence Darrow, I think Tyler's getting the needle if this really goes to trial.
She told me some lies. And so the next thing that
How do
happens
you know?
naturally when somebody lies
lie?
to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Hold on. People only lie when they're trying to obscure something. No, people actually lie for all sorts of reasons. Sometimes people lie for no reason. She just accused toddlers. This bitch is anti-toddler.
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want.
Okay. Her whole premise on this is, I didn't trust her because she lied. He's like, have you addressed what the lies are? And he's like, we have a whole list of lies. No, from the interview. No. I didn't want her to cage up. What are you talking about? You didn't take down a list? Kayla says, I said nothing about grainy anything. Show the lateral crawl man and apologize for lying. I'm not lying. He's got a rifle in his hand. You can't see it. That's on you.
To do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization.
Listen to her. I didn't know what she was going to be like, so I didn't keep track of the lies later. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Nardo Polo says this idiot didn't know how thunder worked till she was 35. Correct. Relcom sent another GOAT trophy. Thank you very much, Relcom.
And I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So
Who believes that? Who believes that? Oh no, there's nothing between us at all. Nothing was wrong at all. Nothing. What are you talking about? Everything was great. Oh, okay.
Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what
Is that why you're always retarded? She's blaming kids. She's blaming toddlers a second ago. I've always been pregnant. Guys, hold up. Hold up. Who remembers yesterday? Who remembers yesterday? What did I say? What did I say? She does not progress through something. I've always been pregnant. Suddenly she's always been pregnant. She's always been pregnant. She woke up one day and realized she was pregnant. She probably doesn't even know how it happened. She just was pregnant. Perfection. Of course. Could not have asked for a better way for her to phrase that. Raggedy Man says, if anything, I have seen the most dumbest people on the planet. So dumb it hurts. I have lost brain cells watching these room temperature smooth brains. Keep up the good work. Nick. Hey, thanks, brother. Dalamar says, Candace was so close to Charlie, she wasn't even invited to the wedding. No, but things between her and Erica were just fine, right? Kibble Wibble says, imagine loving someone so much you feel you need to destroy everything they love with nothing more than rumors and chicken head snark. Isn't that racist?
you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home. And
Hold up. You said something a second ago about that 4 days of travel. Those 4 days of travel with you and Charlie Kirk. Suddenly you're married. Suddenly he's married. Suddenly you're not invited to the wedding, right? But you and Erica were just fine. No problems with each other, I'm sure.
I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with
Yeah.
George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were
Right.
just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were
Mhm.
planning our marriage.
Mhm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for
Weird how that works.
them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman.
Oh,
that
okay.
phase, and I was just happy. And I never was under the impression
It's actually basically Candace is the reason they got married, honestly. Listen to this. Listen, you've all met someone like this, right? Where they go back and they think about a story and really it was them. It was them who did it, honestly. Charlie, I knew Charlie was looking for love. I had already found it, of course. So I basically manifested his wedding. Right.
obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And so it was.
You're his wait. You're his wing woman. You're his wing woman, and you don't want to get to know this person because you're not sure they're going to get married. Do you know what a wing woman is? You're the meat curtain holder, lady. You pull those bad boys apart so we can park the bus. What are you talking about? I didn't know if I should get to know. I'm his wing woman, but I didn't know if I should get to know this little thing that he started dating. I didn't know if they were going to get married. So what? Yeah, I'm sure you guys had a great relationship. Kayla Anderson says, why did Andrew rate his overwhelming evidence as probable cause when PBD asked him to rate it? I don't know what you're saying. Are you talking about the 75 to 85% thing? Is that what you're talking about? Because you have to understand, I don't believe that you understand the words that you're using. So you gotta be clear for me. Sorry. Sledge Entertainment says, Nick, I'm late. You're gay and Candace is a nutbag. Yes. All true.
Kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time, getting to know Erica
So,
per
so,
se.
so the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm
When-
just asking
what was
questions.
the lie?
It's a
Well,
rough
I
go
don't.
for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you
Okay, so Patrick Bet David is confused too, but I think he's confused by cereal. Like I'm not sure what he's ever figured out. But notice he doesn't. Is that a gut feeling? It transformed when she lied to me. How does Candace Owens think? Let's go back through the steps. Candace Owens finds truth from inside herself, then looks for evidence to support the truth she already knows. She even said to Andrew, you and Charlie told us to trust our intuition on people. Candace determined that Erica was complicit from her gut. She confirmed that complicity when Erica lied to her about something she won't say. She didn't discover that Erica was complicit. A does not go to B, does not go to C. She just went from C to C, where Erica is complicit, and now Erica is complicit because of the lie, but she already knew it. This is how her brain works. She is fucking stupid. She is clinically stupid, diagnosably low IQ. She has probably several personality or learning disorders that could be diagnosed from this conversation alone based on how she has described how she thinks. That's not her fault. She didn't do anything to be this retarded. She just is.
You tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you
Wait, notice. She's responding to the question. Andrew says, I don't understand what she's complicit in. And she says, when I say that Erica's complicit, you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband. Wait, what? These things are not related. These things are unrelated to each other.
you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Yeah, he said this a billion times. He's called his own wife retarded. It's kind of his shtick. You don't have to like it. I don't really like it that much, but it's like his joy over. Look at how happy he is. My man has found his internal Disneyland when he calls women retarded. That's kind of funny, even if it's kind of shitty. But he was clearly making the same joking. She's like, what about when you said Erica's too retarded to kill her husband? Do you think that Andrew Wilson is like, yeah, actually, Erica's stumbling around with Down syndrome and she couldn't possibly have murdered Charlie Kirk? That's not what he means. He means all women are retarded, but he's just dismissing out of hand your idiotic assertion that Erica killed her husband without any evidence.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what,
what-
and what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about,
I wasn't hostile towards him.
you don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Yes, you autistic dumb bitch. Yes, he's being tongue in cheek. It's something he says constantly as he's debating these OnlyFans and Instagram girls. He says it all the time. What are you talking about? He look at him. He's realizing in real time that she thinks that he means that she is below 75 IQ. And therefore couldn't kill Charlie Kirk. he's realizing right now, he's like, oh my God, she's retarded. He's realizing that Candace is actually that retarded. It's amazing. Treasure Island says, think we're dumb. Candace Owens getting a raw deal. Big mad at the mods. Super chat. Express yourself. Better yet, send a super tip and give voice to your intellect. Yeah, do that. Do that. Chai Tea says, perhaps Candace's gut would feel better if she stopped eating lettuce from Taylor Farms. And then Janart36 says, if the cops ran investigations like hers, nothing would ever be solved. Of course. Of course, because anyone's gut feeling would stop the investigation.
Usually when I
immediately.
call someone retarded, I'm being tongue in cheek. Yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie.
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
Stamp.
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but
Why didn't he just say yes? You just stick with it. She's retarded.
you had an issue
Everybody loves retarded chicks.
with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think it's a
headquarters.
terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
Mhm.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing.
You know what's insane is she's like, yeah, what about as if he can't have opinions about what Turning Point is going to do, but also still think that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. She two ideas don't exist in her head at the same time. Andrew can believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk and that Erica was incapable of it because he believes Tyler Robinson did it or whatever. And he can still go, yeah, I really don't agree with Turning Point having all these women and male feminists involved. Whether he's right or wrong, he could believe that. What are we talking about? What does this have to do with the murder?
with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited.
She won't understand, buddy. It's not worth it. Josh, the original, says Candace clearly didn't do a deep dive on Wilson's debate background and only watched the OnlyFans debates. He exposed her and the fallout is hilarious. Mercenary Grip says, giving you another shot, Nick, because I think you deserve it. God knows I've had my share of second chances. Your analysis and perspective is still spot on, but please lose the glasses. Peace. Don't worry, I have ADHD. I lose glasses constantly.
there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited
Hola,
there to
Rita.
do
Mm-hmm.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
But Candace, your facts, your sources, where are they? Absent.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages?
Did you give the grieving widow a hug? Did you have a little? What is this? Is that when you gave her the hug? You manager of Turning Point. What is happening? This is so fucking dumb.
From that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there any?
Oh, here we go. Ratek says, all your arguments are, what is she talking about? But your brain is too fried to remember the context when you pause every 6 fucking seconds. I'm being tongue in cheek with what is she talking about? Don't worry.
Anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's
instantly...
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking.
The other thing, she's like, don't you think it's weird that there's people who don't have the answers to your questions and you got your answers? Andrew answered incorrectly here. He answered this incorrectly. He's like, well, if you approach them in good faith, blah, blah, blah. And I saw some videos like tearing down that answer. I mean, he's partially right, but the main thing is Yeah, he's going to go debate you. He's debating you. So he goes to Turning Point and says, can you give me any information about this? Can you help me with some of the information? Because I want to go there and I want to represent things or whatever. And they gave him some text messages. Yeah, okay. This debate is going to be watched by 1 million people. Turning Point's definitely going to give him something, right? Like, that's not weird. That's normal. And she's like, don't you think other people should have their questions answered? No. Why should they? Like, at what point do we say they should have their questions answered? Where's the should coming from? This will, would, can, could, shall, should, all this stuff is bullshit. Stop asking why people, like, we're just asking questions about why people act a certain way. No, you don't understand how people act anyway. Why are they acting like this? They thought it was the right thing to do. I don't know. Who cares? What's this have to do with the murder? Mercenary Grip sent some jewels. Thank you. And the answer to that is simple. It doesn't have anything to do with the murder. It has everything to do with the specter of the murder. Oh my God, there must be something here. Therefore, it's weird.
That, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like
intentions.
if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD.
Who cares?
They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have.
Again, she already thought that. And then she found the one thing to try and make it look like that and confirmed her own thought. This bitch does not reason.
Courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they were just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask
faith
you a
to
question.
answer questions,
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public. That rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge
Talking about terrible PR. That wasn't terrible PR, by the way. She's trying to manifest that into terrible PR. Nothing about that is bad. No one was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Turning Point did that. People who already don't like Turning Point will parrot Candace and say that, sure. But nobody else is thinking this is weird at all. This is just how they decided to do something. But he asked her a critical question. The answer is no, of course. Do you have any evidence of that? No. The answer is always no for that. She never does. Who's it? Remember, for 9 months, don't accuse Candace of having thoughts.
Faith that's coming out that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year. And one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing.
Kayla Anderson, how many married men or women have you had very romantic and sexual relationship with in the last 5 years? And why did you take them to church with you? I don't know that those two things are necessarily related. Do you bring friends to church? I bring friends to church if I have friends who are around when I'm going to church. I think aren't we supposed to bring friends to church?
Doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel
he wasn't critical of Erica. He wasn't actually assessing Erica, but also who cares? What does this matter?
Like, if you think that she's dumb,
By the way, I ripped on Andrew Wilson a whole shitload back when he's like, "You like sniz" to that girl, because I thought it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. But so we're adults. Who fucking cares? Like, I don't think he hates me. I don't hate him. I don't give a shit. What are we talking about?
and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere.
Oh my
talking
God.
about
Kind of.
Well, yeah.
I debate against the
against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like, you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism.
That's not a bizarre criticism. That's an insane extrapolation. That's dumb. God, oh man, I would fail the no ad hominem stuff, but that's not an ad hominem. I'm like, you're actually retarded. You are actually retarded. That doesn't make your arguments wrong. This is just me saying you're retarded. Your arguments are wrong because they're wrong, but holy fuck, are you stupid?
Like, nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually, no.
You're in the
But again, like, who cares? Why does Erica have to take over Turning Point? Who should have taken over Turning Point? What's your alternative theory? Who should have done it? Why shouldn't it be the closest link to Charlie Kirk? Is she the best person for it? Probably not. What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Your key person gets murdered in front of everybody. What do you do with the organization? You don't know how to answer that because no one knows how to answer that.
biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because
What?
Because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
So?
makes sense.
Parents-
Why she would take the organization
No,
over.
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait
What?
a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You wanna
they don't have
First of all, go home to your kid. Does she not see her kids? How much time does Erica Kirk spend with her kids, Candace? This is the clarion call of all these fucking weirdos. They're never spending enough time with their kids. Candace Owens spends tons of time on her show. Does anybody think she's not spending time with her kids? I mean, she's probably not, honestly, but like, who cares? She still spends as an adequate time with her kids, I would assume. So does Erica Kirk. What are you talking about, you dumb bitch? She doesn't know any of this stuff. No, that's when you go home to your kids. Except the kids grew up in a house. The kids grew up in a house with a man who taught them to speak your mind, to confront, to not be afraid. And she's supposed to clam up and go away and throw away all those lessons, teach the kids that you hide when the world comes against you, when times are dark. They're Orthodox Christian, right? They're Orthodox Christian. They believe that whatever happens in all things, God will work it out for good. Is that if you go hide? No. What are we doing here? Seize the Day says, debate, takeaway, C, jealous, scorn, bitter, anti-E. Oh, yeah,
Candace,
anti-Erica. Yeah.
a parent. They don't have a
You wanna
parent and
protect-
they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No.
What are you?
Yes,
What?
it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA. That is part
The
of
legacy
Charlie Kirk's
is-
legacy. He worked his whole
I
life
think this
for
is
it.
why people think she's
Candace is sitting here. Candace does this. She does exactly this. She runs a business, Candace Owens show, that is huge, by the way. And she also has kids. She's like, his legacy is her. And her husband's not unemployed, I don't think. I mean, he's super rich or whatever, right? But like, what's going on here? Why are these accusations even? What does this have to do with the murder, by the way?
us.
and his children. Now,
Here's what it has to do with the murder. That was rhetorical. I know the answer. Candace says from her gut that Erica killed Charlie Kirk. So her going back to work is obvious evidence that she's callous, disconnected and is involved and complicit in his murder. Of course, that's what she means. That's what she means. She's awful.
You, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's
I
like
didn't-
the pot calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, if that was you, you brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over his company.
there's always objective.
Who is? Candace? Who's qualified? You, right? You should have taken it over. Should have been Candace Owens. We the Rabble says unalive babies. Oh my God.
Outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified from to
Perhaps.
run that.
What does this have to do with the murder? I think Erica's underqualified. Who cares what you think? You don't.
To run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion. 'Cause I'm not gonna say it's scientific. That any
I'm not going to say it's scientific. It seems to be a majority. Yeah, your bubble has convinced you it's a majority opinion. Nobody fucking cares. Normal people don't care about this. These online bubbles have these types of people convinced that their position is always right. Yeah, the internet is built to make you find like-minded positions and like-minded people. It's not a reflective sample of reality. Kimberly Campbell says Candace wanted to take over TPUSA, but they picked Erica to take it over, which is the most sense. Erica was the most sensical person to take over quickly after Charlie died. Is she the best person to keep running it? I don't know. I don't really care. But she was the one who makes the most sense. Brand recognition, if nothing else. We the Rabble says, shoot, that went through. I meant Binger. And then James, member for 7 months, says, when Charlie died, who made Candace God? No, don't worry. Candace just realized from her gut that she was God
woman
already.
that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can.
What does she think people do after a loved one gets murdered? What does she think they do? Do you think you just stop going to work? When tragedy strikes people, do you think you just stop completely? I mean, some people do. It depends on the person. It depends on the circumstance. But sometimes work helps process it. Sometimes being around all the people who love Charlie might help Erica. I don't know. I don't really care. What does this have to do with the murder?
Those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to.
Kayla Anderson, this is a false statement. So I'm not going to address it, but have fun.
Keep answering the same questions.
Okay,
So
let's
you
feel like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your-
it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-6 diameter.
Also, by the way, Kayla Anderson, I know exactly like who you are. I know. Dabbling Debbie. Got it. We will have a fund to ban you soon. Just because you upped your Australian dollars from 2 to 5 doesn't mean that there's any concern over who you are. We got it.
As would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck.
Wait, what?
And
Hold
that-
on.
Ruined everything. Past,
it as
Already.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck.
I'm going to play that one more time so that you understand how fucking stupid this person is. First of all, how Charlie wasn't crouched. Charlie was sitting upright in a chair. Second of all, there is not a shaped charge. There is zero evidence of a shaped charge. None of it. Third of all, what is she talking about? She's like, it went up and hit his neck instead. What are you talking about? That's not how shaped charges would work.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with
that 30-06 diameter? Wait, I thought it wasn't a 30-06 diameter. What are we talking about here, babe? What are we doing? Now you're talking to me about diameters. I thought it wasn't that. If it's a 30-06 diameter, your entire theory is fucking cooked. Because there's no evidence of any 30-06, right? It's got to be like a handgun or a palm, some smaller thing. Nothing. Nothing exists outside of now. We the Rabble says, Nick, why has Jesus rejected you? Is it because you're too cool? Australian dollars. Yes, that's true. SF, aka SF says, and if Erica Kirk sold Turning Point, they would accuse her of selling Charlie's legacy to make a buck. Therefore, she must be involved. Yeah, of course. Of course.
With a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past.
As we've demonstrated, they have, whoever they is, have never demonstrated how an explosive produced the wounding on Charlie Kirk. They haven't. Period, period, period. There's nothing even close. Oh, as we've demonstrated, they've never demonstrated anything like it.
It accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate.
Why did he have chicken bones in his neck? What is she talking about? The spine. It's the fucking spine. It's one of the strongest pieces of bone in the body. And it destroyed 5 vertebrae. What the fuck is this? 30-06 equals girthy. Sledge Entertainment says she's upset she doesn't get invited to Rogan's podcast. I go micro every time she speaks. Please bring back the unbreaded segments. Seize the day says babbling Debbie trolls Pat Dixon too. Hashtag team get along gang.
Vegetables.
Wait, what?
They panicked it because then saying that the chicken.
Sorry, she said vegetables. I think she was talking about herself. I wanted to go back and check.
Chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables.
Why would there be chicken bones in his neck if he ate vegetables? What? We the Rabble says, bro, she's black. Of course, chicken bone.
They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay.
This is my theory, and I'm sticking to it. We know you don't have any facts. There's no facts involved in anything. This is your theory, and you're sticking to it because you're allergic to reality.
They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy.
Yeah, not wanting to re-traumatize a victim is normal.
But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
She's never going to answer this. Do you believe it was a shape charge? Killed Charlie? Mithrandir says she makes Jim Jones look reasonable. She can't answer any of this shit.
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence.
Notice something. Andrew isn't the one making the clips. Andrew's sitting in a chair. She's like, "Why are you starting the clips here?" He's in a chair. Why are you doing this? Why are you starting mid-sentence? Because the sentence you're saying doesn't matter anyway, dummy.
When she lists the charges, pay attention to the order. It matches the fact check and is in alphabetical order.
Here we go. Knitting kitten. My husband jumped off a bridge into traffic. It was tragic and sad. I still had to go back to work a week later. Erica did what most wives had to do. I am fucking sorry to hear that. But yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. Here we go. Kayla Anderson says, church webcam, court docs, and your public statements online prove my super chat is accurate. They don't. You have a critical fact in your super chat wrong. That makes it untrue. So I'm not going to bother with it. Why are you lying and refusing to read it to the Wilsons? What are you talking about? Do you think I like hang out with Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson? I would bring them to church, you dumb bitch.
Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't,
like,
but
you were
it's
kind of
fine.
Open the door. Yeah, I think you did. I think you prepared the clips. Are you joking? He's sitting in a chair right now. She's saying they came in loaded for bear.
Ask it to back it
like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we are...
Based off what we see in the car that Charlie Kirk was taken to the hospital in, right? She's saying based on that, we're inferring that it's a shape charge. That's because you're retarded. That's because you're dumb.
This bitch keeps straw manning and playing the victim every time Andrew asks a question. She's insufferable.
Yeah, she's fucking awful. Let's see. Nothing Useful says clip was to show she accused her. Andrew missed. Yeah, I mean, of course, she accused her. But Candace is saying, no. Why didn't you show the whole context of the clip? But of course, she's getting to explain the context and people can make up their own minds. But remember that her context is looking in the SUV, we determined that he died by a shape charge. Yeah. The context doesn't help you. The context does not help this woman. So like she could say it all she wants. But the context doesn't actually make it better. We the Rabble says milk AUD, but it's not real money. Gold 10 at $10. Yeah, we're close. We're close to that.
We see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around.
You can't wrap your head around anything. We saw a shattered Rode microphone. Yeah, a whole bunch of stuff just happened, including getting shot, people grabbing him, moving him around, him getting shuffled in, him falling off of a chair because his brain went dead and his spinal column was severed. A whole bunch of shit happened. Oh, there's pieces of Rode microphone. Who cares? It does not mean a Jew blew him up. We the Rabble says, better yet, require orange for AUD dumb stuff.
What was the shape charge explosive, as I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories.
Nothing's your expertise. Literally nothing. You have no expertise at all. You don't have, and I don't even value education, but you don't have any education. You don't have any experience or training or showable work product that shows you have expertise at anything. You talk online. Great. You're charismatic. Cool. Lots of people watch you. Fantastic. You haven't demonstrated expertise in any of that, though. You may have it. She just hasn't demonstrated it. But she certainly has no expertise in shaped charges, of course. But she has expertise in Judaism.
Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through.
He didn't make you think
John
anything
Bray's
you
theory.
don't think.
If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look.
She's talking about John Bray's theory. This is the key guy who's created some bullshit to make the shaped charge accusation. SB Farmer says, why did UVU want to plow it all under? No accusation. Okay, I can address this really quickly. It's been done a bunch of times, but let's nail it down. It's no longer a crime scene when they paved over the spot that Charlie died. Crime scene was fully processed and released, and 48 hours went by after that. The reason they want to plow it all under and change the setting is because a man just got murdered there in public. Anybody who walks by it and sees the literal blood sitting on the grass and on the cement and stuff like that might be re-exposed to trauma. It makes it hard to have there. If they want to preserve the crime scene any further, they would have to set up private 24-hour security, cordon it off, and somehow block it from the elements. There's no reason to. It's no longer a crime scene. Crime scene stopped 48 hours before the landscaping work started. Nothing about that is strange. The only thing that makes it strange is if you assume, and I know you're not making this accusation, but it's if one were to assume that something strange was in there that didn't get grabbed. And so then they quickly waited till the investigation was over, and then 2 more days, and then hid it from everybody. It's a nonsensical position. I know you're not making it. It's a nonsensical position when you break it down. At the time they did the paving, it's no longer a crime scene. This is a public trafficked area. It's outdoors and exposed to the element. The investigation has to be quick. Anything out there is subject to contamination, to degradation. You think degraded DNA? Yeah, leave it outside for a couple days. There's no way to protect this stuff and to protect the site 24 hours a day for as long as whenever. What would be the right amount of time? No one can tell you because they don't know. This is how murder scenes are processed, especially outdoor ones in public places. Process. Do the work as fast as possible, and then you got to release it because you can't keep it secure. Hope that helps.
That and what took place that day. So we're completely in the
Okay, let me fix this. Too bad justice is more important than people's fifis. It's people's feelings are why the aesthetic would change happen. People's feelings had nothing to do with the release of the crime scene. Nothing to do with the crime scene being processed fully, evidence being collected, and then it being released. Once that happens, it's not a crime scene. The cops are not coming back. No one's coming back over to check for more stuff and to do more digging. It's done. It's over at that point. It's not about feelings. It's about the investigation being finished. Paving over as an aesthetic choice, that is about feelings because they run a public university and they're a bunch of liberal faggots. Of course they're going to do that. But that's not why the crime scene was released. We the Rabble says, why did you mow your lawn? Hiding things, cokehead. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Like I said, once the investigation is done, the cops aren't coming back. So it's done.
hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode.
But no, it isn't obvious. In the context, you said, this is my theory, and I'm sticking to it. I'm more convinced now afterwards. You're not just harmlessly exploring stuff. What is she saying? Like, stick to a position, you fucking snake. She can't do it. She can't do anything. Oh, it's driving me nuts.
So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure."
this? What's this?" You watch the episode.
He's accepting your bullshit answer and you're complaining about it. Gen X Medic says they only came back for weeks in Massachusetts. Yeah, remember, that wasn't a crime scene. Remember? That wasn't a crime scene until later.
So do you
I'm
know
just
what
trying
it
to make
is?
sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that
She thinks the theory should be explored. Two things. One, how? Two, how do you know it wasn't?
that is a possibility.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done.
Who cares? Who cares? Well, it should be explored because John Bray's done a lot of work. Who fucking cares what work John Bray has done? John Bray is a random retard. Why on earth should he be given any credence to the work he has done? He hasn't done work. He hasn't done any work on it. He hasn't examined any of the evidence. He doesn't have access to it. What are you talking about? Well, I think this should be explored because John Bray worked hard. Who cares? I don't care if John Bray gets hit by a bus. What a waste of time.
Good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mhm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times. And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. There's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where.
Why are you pretending Andrew didn't pre-approve all of his attempted gotcha clips about Erica Kirk that start mid-sentence clips? Why are you pretending he did? Show me the evidence of your claim. Andrew just said, I'm not preparing the clips. I'm up here. I'm sitting in the chair. Why do you assume he's lying? Show me evidence. Show me evidence he did. Maybe he did. I
the
don't
gun
know.
is being fired. They're looking.
Here's the question. Who fucking cares? None of this is relevant to the murder.
Away from where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said,
"Stop."
It looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt.
Former Marines have no experience in this. None. Zero. Former Marine means nothing. In fact, the guy who killed bin Laden, right? SEAL Team 6 guy who killed bin Laden, and the Navy Brigadier General both said that they have no experience with what happened. Have you ever shot someone with a 30? I've killed lots of people. You ever shot someone with a 30-06? Nope. Brigadier General's like, I went to the gun range once. These are not sources with expertise or even knowledge. We the Rabble says, I think Charlie Kirk gagged on Candace Owens' member. Gross.
Right. You obviously saw.
Chloe says, former Marines know more than you, dip shit. You don't know how to spell no, which is perfect. Thank you for your service, sweet Chloe. At what? What do former Marines know more than me about? If it's ballistics, by what measure? If it's law, by what measure? Former Marines is a huge category of people. There is nothing special about a former Marine. There's a shitload of former Marines who are great and a shitload of former Marines who are useless. Some former Marines are in prison for murder. I'm better at not murdering people than them. What are we talking about? Again, the people that she is relying on for her assertions without evidence lack expertise in every single field that they are speaking in. All of them, without fail. All the former Rangers and special forces, None of those guys are ballistics experts. None of them understand forensic ballistics at all. And they're talking about ballistics, they're talking about all this stuff. No, they shot people. They've shot a lot of bullets. That doesn't mean shit about ballistics. Ballistics is not, I've shot stuff. Ballistics is the science and the math involved with finding out how a bullet behaved, trying to reverse engineer and construct what happened in a situation or to predict what might happen in another situation based on data. These people don't have any. They're using the wrong ballistics gel, the wrong ballistics dummies. They're not replicating human tissue, and then they're claiming fact. They don't even know. And they could find the answers to this stuff in 10 seconds if they looked. But they don't. We the Rabble says, get it? She's a French first lady. Oh, I got it. I got it. Savage Apricot, member for 10 months. That's big. Speaking as a former Marine, that means nothing. Exactly. It's not a knock on former Marines. But you can't go, well, this person's a former Marine, therefore let's listen to them about ballistics or the physics of an explosion or how a shaped charge works. Show me why to listen to that person. The Big Sky says, former Marine here, just Marine, actually. We are, in fact, idiots. We are just good. We just are good with guns and break things. My favorite crayon flavor is blue. Respectable flavor. We the Rabble says, former Marine, I've shot a lot of paper with 5.56. Nailed it.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked like.
By the way, I just want to say that to all the former Marines or current Marines in the audience, I'm with you, brothers. Fuck Rosart.
The man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually.
Everybody's qualified to say what they believe they saw, but they don't get false credibility based on, well, he shot Osama bin Laden. He said he's never seen a shirt behave like that from a 30-06 round. Have you ever seen someone die from a 30-06 in slow motion that was hit by the neck and wearing a soft cotton t-shirt? No.
Since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asked.
Yet dumb people have not understood what happened with his shirt publicly. Yes, no one disputes that. No one disputes that. Dumb people have publicly said stuff like, I don't know what's going on with that shirt. People who have, again, delved into the literature, have an understanding of ballistics. And it's not my opinion, by the way. Like, you go read about it. But also with an understanding of physics, which I know a little bit about. I'm not an expert. Those people go, yeah, you can see how a shirt would do that. Kinetic energy transfer into a body, ripples out across the skin, would move the shirt. Yes. We the Rabble says, Crayola or die. It's in the Marine Corps hymn. And this is the thing. When Baron Coleman and Julian Doré interviewed a forensic expert, a forensic pathologist who literally does this with the knowledge of ballistics, with the knowledge of, with the medical knowledge of like terminal injuries and trauma, all of that stuff. That guy goes, this is exactly what is expected. Exactly what is expected. And they're like, how? By like what? It's like that's the expert. I don't know. Talk to him.
Asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal.
He's actually right. Sort of. There's no evidence that the shirt moves first. This is a camera that is not a high-speed camera watching the bullet penetrate. Like, the bullet might be in one frame, and then in the next frame, it's entering the body. Like, we don't know the exact millisecond the shockwave goes across the body and all that stuff. Like, but there is compressed air in front of a bullet. There is. It contains some amount of force, but most of it is going to be the bullet hitting the neck, and then there's going to be a literal physical ripple through the skin that goes down the body, up the body, or whatever. That shirt gets pushed out because the skin pushes it out. We the Rebel says, physics, how does it work? Consistently.
From the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersion.
Depends on a lot of stuff. There's a wave of air, and it depends where you're going. She's like, does it go sideways off the table? Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Let's see. Oh my gosh. All right. I think I'm ready to boot this person. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to set the same goal that we do every night. When was the last time you were thrown in jail? Why are you currently on probation? How much jail time are you facing if you violate your probation? I don't know. I don't know the answers to these. Objection calls for a legal conclusion. I'm also very scared of answering them again. Why would you do this to me? Cool. Let's see. 10 super chats, $10 and up. And let's see. I will ban Kayla Anderson and call her a bigot. Here we go. Like the goal. If anybody wants to contribute to this, is up to you guys. The power is in your hands, right? Like that show. The power is yours. Captain Planet. The Big Sky says, I remember in Marine combat training, we cover covert Jew operations with exploding mics. Oy vey. Yeah, of course. Of course. So Rackets knows explosive ballistics and physics, but not his charges. I don't know why you would ask me to know a legal thing at all. DX Mania 95 says, always up for donating to a band drive. Thank you. Thank you. That is one of 10. So we'll see how we go.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many?
It's not. You got 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. No, that's not it. I think she means about 25 to 2,800 foot-pounds of force of kinetic energy that'll be transferred in the body, but it's not 2,000 pounds of energy. A bullet weighs very little. It's going very fast, so it transfers a lot of energy. The Marshall Harrison says ad hominem has no place in a debate. Oh, sometimes it does.
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that's not.
Yeah, right.
Haley
doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say.
Thank you. That's 3. We're at 3 of 10 so far in the quest to ban an idiot. We the Rebel says pounds are now units of energy. I thought they were a British currency. Hold on. I got to go back to this because she does. Look at that smug look. That is the overconfidence of incompetence right there. This is the dumb person thinking they're doing the smart thing and they don't know it. I think she's going to ask why he wasn't blown back.
I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that
you didn't get blown backwards. Now remember, this idiot thinks that a bullet that is this big is going to blow someone backwards like a movie. She thinks that's going to happen. Like, ignore the fact that it hits him in the neck, because where it would hit would really have something to say about the energy transfer. But this is not an elastic collision. It's inelastic. The energy is absorbed by the very malleable body. It's absorbed inside the body, so it doesn't actually blow you back. If the bullet hit Charlie and bounced off of him, that could cause some sort of push. But this is energy transfer, not force. Those are different things. Those are very different things. My Avitech has sent a $10 chat as well. So I think we're halfway there.
Saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually
Notice that he said the exact same thing. Why? Why is he more qualified to speak on that? She won't have an answer for this because it's not actually correct. Unless he had some qualification, which he doesn't.
shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well, because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're like,
oh my God. We the Rabble says, I hunt coyotes with 130 grain 270 for the express reason that it's a likely round to pass through without skin damage. Also, FAUD. We're getting there. Chris Olin says, woke up to pee and check my phone. Cheers, Law Pope. When are you getting a haircut? Actually, tomorrow, today, whatever it is. 3 Collie says, the guy she's referring to is actually a Navy SEAL. She can't even get that right. Irrelevant, but he may or may not have a history. Yeah, he's a SEAL Team 6 guy who is credited with shooting Osama bin Laden, which is funny because doesn't Candace come from a group of people who don't believe that Osama bin Laden was actually shot? Have we fact checked that? Have we gone back in the record and seen what Candace Owens thinks about Osama bin Laden, the alleged raid, and the killing of Osama bin Laden? There's a bunch of people who think that never happened. What did Candace say about that? Now she's convinced that he's an expert. But here's the thing, right? Someone who shoots people, that's not automatically making them into a ballistics expert. We are at 6 out of 10 on the banning goal right now. So we'll see if we get there. I don't know if we're gonna, but we have 4 left.
you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
She is dumber than rocks. Listen to this. He's like, look, and you have something with mass moving through the air has to go somewhere. She's like, I don't think so. Yes. Stand next to a train. What do you think the air is moving from? She doesn't understand air. This is the dumbest person you would ever encounter. Holy shit. This is why she doesn't understand. Guys, remember when I said 2 days ago, she doesn't actually understand how lightning causes thunder. She doesn't know, because if she did, she would know that the lightning itself moving through the air and heating up things moves the air. And that's thunder. She does not know this. She is fucking retarded. It's unreal how dumb she is. I don't believe that air moves. You're making that up. She doesn't know. This is like 12th century woman. She's like, there's no stuff around us. What are you talking about? We just live in an empty space. Holy shit. And look at her. And again, smiling, laughing. That's not real. Going back to this.
And you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record,
What are you talking about, Rat Tech? I've actually specifically said that that's not what would happen. Dumb. This woman doesn't believe that air moves. She has no idea. None. It's amazing.
Watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air; it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
his shirt.
It starts up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not.
Yes, he's 100% right. Now, I think most of the shirt's displacement is due to the actual wave transferring down through his body, because the amount of air that's moved is very small, but it is there. It would disturb things, especially on a high res or a slow motion camera. But the main displacement of the shirt is caused by the massive wave of energy as all of that is transferred into him. It doesn't have anywhere to go. It literally pushes the skin out. It's called cavitation.
True. It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly. I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was why.
Ali B says, ban the psycho troll. It's just a distraction. I jumped over here from Rumble just to say this. Hey, thank you, Ali B. We're 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10 on those. We're almost there.
Is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd.
We actually don't. Okay. I'm going to say this. People are going to probably be fucking mad about it, but here's the thing. The testimony is that Charlie's necklace was removed by medical staff later, not that his necklace broke. I know that's going to bother some people. I know they're going to hate on it or whatever, but that's the only statements we have about the necklace. I'm not saying that that's ironclad. I'm not saying that that's the truth or whatever. These statements weren't made in court. None of that. So don't, whatever. The only statements that have been made, and you don't have to believe these. It doesn't matter. I'm not even saying this is what happened. I'm saying that's the only statements that exist are that the medical staff removed the necklace. Now, presumably, the medical staff would have some sort of like log of that or something. We don't know. That has not come up at in the evidence so far. Shockingly, I know it probably means his necklace murdered him, but it hasn't come up yet. But here's the thing. She and Baron Coleman are like, the necklace breaks when he gets shot. And they've said it definitively. They've said it without any corroborating evidence. Now, it may come to be that the necklace broke when he was shot, was left like sitting on top of his body when they transport, like, who knows? I don't know. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not possible or there's not a misunderstanding or a misstatement. The only statements that exist about the necklace are that it was removed later by medical staff. If you want to say something else happened, great. Where is your evidence? Not your feelings that something else happened. If you say, well, it's in the video. Okay, so you can make out all this stuff from the video. Cool. That's great. Believe that. Maybe the jury will. Except the defense isn't going to raise it because the defense isn't going to say that that the necklace is evidence of a shaped charge. The shaped charge thing, it's not coming in. I promise. The defense is not going to go and stand in front of a judge and say, a shaped charge from a Jewish microphone manufactured in Australia murdered Charlie Kirk. They're not going to do it. Okay, to the Swiss. Thank you for your donation. Jesus Crisp says, I'm laterally crawling in to help. Thank you. We're one away. We're one away from the ban.
And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never.
Now, mind you, she just said she could see the necklace break. She can see the shirt move before the bullet hits, but she can't say she saw smoke. Scotty262 with a final one. Get that dumb bitch out of here. I did promise to call Kayla Anderson from Australia a figgot. Get banned, you dumb figgot. Nobody cares. Let's see. There we go. All right. Thank you for getting rid of the distraction. We the rabble says, waltz with Matilda, motherfucker. All right, here, back to this.
We're set on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front.
She has said, again, she holds no position. There is no position that Candace Owens holds. She has said that she could see the shirt move before the bullet hits, definitively, that she can see a tiny neck chain break on this video, but she can't see smoke because it's not good enough quality to see if there's smoke. She does not actually hold any position at all. It's whatever she's saying right now. That's all that matters.
So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months and ask those sorts of questions.
Worked on that theory. What do you mean worked on that theory? He hasn't done any work on any theory. He's tried to replicate what he believed happened. Sure. There's no work being done. This guy isn't involved. He's just a guy. Job Corver says Wilson's slow clip team was Steven Crowder and friends. They wouldn't tell who would be showing up to her house because Crowder equals troll. Clips to get specifically worded answers for possibly a defamation lawsuit, not good faith. What possible defamation lawsuit would there be from those clips? They would already exist. I don't follow. Nicole says $11 for my member, Toodles Deb. And again, what can Candace Owens not say? Yeah, Toodles. What can Candace Owens not say? Everything she says is true, right? Truth is an absolute defense. Just like with Macron, just like with whoever, the security thing, right? She's really scared of discovery, though. She said she wasn't scared of discovery, but she's trying to dismiss those without discovery. But discovery would show that she's telling the truth.
How a shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this. And
Yeah, Brian
I think he
Harpole,
has debated a ton
thanks.
of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
the purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's 2 clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break.
Oh, great. You guys are about to experience truly marvelous, top-notch scientific commentary. Here
If you
it
want
comes.
to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me.
Okay. I've done things and I didn't see it happen this way. Therefore, it looks like something else. Well, have you seen an explosion do that to a shirt? That's the question I would follow up with him, but no one's going to ask him a good question. So you've seen an undershirt explosion that acts like that? You've seen that. All right.
Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk. They were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up.
They literally grab him, put him in an SUV and drive to a hospital, like the first thing. And I know they should have let the medical staff or the medical professionals who show up. Mind you, they're a security team and their principal has just been shot in front of them. Someone else comes up. You think they're going to let a random person on scene have access to the principal? No, they're going to take him to the hospital. The hospital, which is away from the criminal scene. They don't know if another shot's coming. They don't know what's going to happen. That's what they do. You can criticize it all day, but it's perfectly sensical what they did. But this guy, like, nobody who saw Charlie take that bullet in the neck honestly thought he was living through it. Not a single person. But that said, they still tried. And then some people, yeah, they did grab the SD cards out of the cameras. Good. That preserves them. Otherwise, they could be stolen, manipulated. Who knows? What if it was a conspiracy? What if it was a Jewish conspiracy to murder Charlie Kirk, but just hypothetically, the security team wasn't in on it? What do you think that team's going to do? Like the murder team that's coming in to sweep the scene, right? They're going to take the SD cards and they're going to disappear. So they preserve the principle, preserve the evidence, and they do their best to get him to the hospital. That's not weird. That's what they're paid to do. That's the normal thing. He's like, I just can't believe nobody's doing medical care. They literally were doing medical care. They've actually been accused of doing medical care in the SUV. No consistency.
And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants.
What is you having to be, again, what does him being a SEAL Team 6 sniper have to do with this? I'm asking questions. Great. You're just everybody else. You don't have access to the evidence. I'm asking questions. Cool. No one has said Candace Owens can't ask questions. Again, the mockery comes from people saying the questions you're asking aren't relevant, aren't smart, and are actually a lot of times flat out incorrect or based on an actual, discernible, showable falsehood. That's what people don't like. They don't like that you're lying to them.
Answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there.
He said nothing about the explosive. He just said, looked like an explosion to me. He never said he's seen that happen from an explosion. He just says he hasn't seen that happen from from shooting someone. Okay, who cares? Again, I've shot a lot of people up close. Oh, we're using 30-06 at 150 yards with this type of bullet? No? Well, it's not really relevant. Was it a soft cotton shirt? Were they sitting? Did it enter the neck? What happened? Like, was it through and through, or did it stay in the body? Like, there's a billion different questions here. And he's like, I've shot people and I didn't see this. Great. So have dudes in the hood. They may have seen it or not. I don't care about their opinion either.
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that.
I see you saying this over and over. I know that the idea would be to get her to lie. But I'm saying Candace doesn't lie. So she would have nothing to fear from defamation, right? Everything she says is true over and over. She doesn't lie about anything. She shouldn't have anything to fear from defamation. Come on now.
And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like
here's the other thing. They're typically, again, how many people is he shooting not in the shirt? Not in a shirt, like shooting in skin next to a shirt. None of this is useful. This is nonsensory that bogs down the conversation. There's nothing to actually analyze because he doesn't actually say anything.
5 minutes ago, you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you.
She mischaracterized what he said. He said, in full motion, I don't see the shirt move that way. I think he said, I don't see the shirt move. When you slow it down, you do. That's what he was talking about. And so he's asking, wait, you're shooting people up close and stuff. Would you even see the shirt move? The other thing is, if he's shooting people up close, he's using a lower caliber. Well, he's using a round that doesn't carry anywhere near as much energy. Nowhere near as much energy as a 30-06 rifle if he's using a handgun, for example. It's not a comparable thing. Why am I arguing this? This is the thing. It's tempting to debate this and get into the weeds on it, but it's all pointless. There's nothing to actually argue with in what he said. Gen X Medic says the whole mentality about how they treat shootings, unless there is blood product there, the only thing that helps is a trauma surgeon. That's all. Don't sit on scene, get them and go, period. And the forensic pathologist who was talking to Baron Coleman and Julian Dory said flat out, even if you had a full surgery, like if this happened in a surgery room, he likely wasn't going to make it. Even if he's in from the type of wound that he suffered, the amount of trauma that's visible immediately and the amount of blood, he said, even if you have a fully prepped surgery room and he's in it, you're probably not saving him.
People disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
People disagree with you. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
When we set out to create a shoe that...
All right, here we go. I'm skipping the ad break, of course. We are down to, I'm going to try and do that. We're 40 minutes left. I've taken too long, but I think we'll move through this pretty quickly. Once we get this.
And then,
here we go.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing.
I will get to all the super chats that have come in. I'm not ignoring them. I'm just trying to get through the thing, and then we'll hit those. All right.
I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least
including the one that says, "Do you read Rumble?"
So,
yes.
The two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up. just to have you respond
Well,
to it.
you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the
You on
testimony was a bit
crack
confusing.
again.
They started by saying that they were going to
I was never on crack, so I can't be on crack again. No.
like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amberson. Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them, and then
not prints. There's no prints. There's no testimony about prints on the gun. None. The testimony is entirely about DNA. Now, she might be talking about DNA printing that she doesn't know. She literally does not know. There's no testimony about prints on the gun. This is all about DNA. So replace prints when she says it with DNA in your mind.
they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think
it's not that we don't know that. We know that they're not. It's different than not knowing. We know that they aren't on the gun. Lance has been excluded. So has Amber.
But if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why
But you haven't corrected. You've said we don't know, but we do know. We know that they're not on there.
You were asking me 3 times. I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected.
We do know.
Did that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents.
Taking in a lot of information, reading through. Guys, sorry. Candace is just taking in a lot. You're not taking in the information. That's the point. You're just reciting nonsense that you made up in your head. That's it. You're not taking in the information. If you took in the information, you would see that it was very explicit. They took a buccal swab from Lance for the purposes of having an exclusionary sample. And after comparing the exclusionary sample, they found that Lance is not a contributor to the DNA on the gun. No, that's it. That wasn't complicated. It wasn't hard, ambiguous. It wasn't bogged down. It's one of the key points. And you were saying up until the beginning of this debate, in this debate, you were saying that his DNA was on the gun. Up until now, you never corrected yourself. And now you're saying we don't know that. We do know it. We know his DNA is not there.
And she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying
Transgroup
that it's not
Korean,
ruled
we
out.
will
We know
be.
that there's 5+
Not on this
prints. I've
show,
said this
but
so
we
many
will be.
times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all.
Guys, it got very scientific and I wrongly extrapolated. What are you extrapolating? Just listen. You don't need to extrapolate. They're telling you what happened. She's like, I think I wrongly extrapolated. No, you misunderstood the very, very scientific words, but it's not an extrapolation. You didn't interpret the data and then come to some conclusion based on what you heard. You just didn't get it.
3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has.
Stop saying Prince. And also, we do know Lance Twiggs is excluded.
His DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
Officially.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine.
Officially
and then the last one is
Yeah.
one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right.
You're the one who brought up Erica Kirk. Oh my God.
This just
You
goes
could
back-
just sit down with me, Erica,
this
but we
just
can do it
goes-
this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Erica did sit down with you and you called her a liar who murdered her husband. You fucking dumb, vapid bitch. Why would she want to sit down with you ever again?
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are
I want my billion fucking dollars. I'm coming for you, Turning Point. I want my $1 billion.
asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you.
No one's asking you to be an idiot, Candace. You're doing that one for free. That one's all on you, you idiot.
Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail.
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode.
So I'm not saying she should go to jail. I'm thinking she should be brought into questioning for inconsistencies. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm glad you don't think she should be going straight to jail. She should just be brought into questioning for inconsistencies in what? In what?
So when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the.
She should be sat down and questioned. I'm sure Erica Kirk has not been sat down and questioned at any point.
Perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
Why would it be great for Andrew Colvett to say that Erica Kirk has been sat down and questioned by police? The moment that they say that, Candace would have a baby breastfeeding off of her nipple and would be menstruating actively and would run to a camera to accuse Erica Kirk if that came out. Holy shit. Why would that be beneficial at all? Why would anybody want to have that said? They do not suspect Erica Kirk because there is no suspicion of Erica Kirk. There's no evidence that leads them to a basis to conduct an investigation. To do so would either be entirely voluntary or unconstitutional. It would risk causing trouble in the underlying prosecution. Why would they do this? You can't just bring someone in for questioning. You can always ask, and she may have answered and said yes. You can't just question someone. You have to have a basis because it's an infringement on their rights to do so.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though?
Wait, why would them returning stuff to her indicate that she hasn't been questioned? Why would that be? I'm not saying it does, but it might indicate that they did question her and were satisfied, and so they returned stuff. What? Maybe those are the questions. Is this yours? Do you want this back? We don't see any reason to keep it. We don't know what to do with it. Is it yours? Was it Charlie's? That may have happened. Them returning stuff might be an indication, but I don't want to put that, I don't want to put that out there as something that did happen. I have no idea. It doesn't matter. Erica Kirk isn't the suspect. You know who's the suspect? Tyler Robinson. You know why? Because they have video of him driving to the... Do you guys realize that Tyler Robinson had a dash cam, by the way? Do you guys know that Tyler Robinson on his car had a dash cam? I missed this. So that's what I'm asking. Do you know the state had a warrant for the contents of the dash cam? with the model number of the dash cam on it. They also have a warrant for the infotainment system and the extraction of the data from the car's infotainment system, which seems to be, it's not the baseline model from the 2013 Challenger. It seems to be an upgraded model that has some information, either potentially from a Bluetooth connected phone or maybe its own internal GPS. Oh. That's a problem, right? Like maybe a problem for Tyler Robinson in the defense, or maybe it's, indicative of why the defense team is like, well, we're going to fight the aggravator. We're going to fight the aggravator. Let me see. Hold on. Give me just a second here. I'll have to, it's in one of the discovery files. I'll have to find it. I thought I could find it quicker, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's try this. All right, I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. Let me see if it's on this. If it's not on this, I'll move on. Let's see here. Where the fuck was this? Okay, I'll have to find it. I'll have to find it later. I can't do it live this late. Sorry. I got wrapped up in it, but we'll get it.
They don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I was looking in the wrong spot. I was looking at the wrong thing here. We might be able to find it real quick. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. All right. So if you want to take a look right here, this is 9/14/2025, 2013 Dodge Challenger, Utah license plate T455CE. Here's the VIN number. Editorial note: this second warrant clarifies the basis for requesting to search the vehicle infotainment system. So there's that. But then here's this one. Vantru dash camera. Serial number VTN blah, blah, blah. Uh-oh. That's going to be a problem, maybe. Maybe. Also, we have the Lumen Technologies quantum fiber account associated with Tyler Robinson Gmail. We've got the Apple Inc. account information and iCloud data with this person, which I think is from the Discord. We have the Apple iCloud data for Lance Twiggs. Google account information associated with the Crafton and Tyler Robinson Gmail. The Crafton, I believe this is what he, and I might be wrong, but I believe this is what he used for Discord. People who think that they don't have any of this stuff, Verizon location data associated with the telephone. Oh no. Verizon location data associated with this telephone, account records associated with the telephone, Discord names and server IDs for Craftopia, Gaiman, and the corruption. There's an iPhone, another iPhone. These are all search warrants that have been around forever. People don't believe they have any of this data. They don't believe they have any of the information. Okay.
Me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
He's not making the
So you're just
claim,
saying,
dummy.
What if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air
if
with
your entire thing
just
is
junk.
If you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because
Not
something's
to the
wrong
ethos.
here.
Out to the ether is what he means, not to the ethos.
When you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So
He's not of the opinion that she should be or shouldn't be. What are we talking about?
like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense
knowledge,
because
this
turning
is-
points
to-
like we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
Since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks and because I might not remember something.
I think that's what he's done too. Like she's, of course, making an implication that his videos were improper. Now, she asked for fact checks. I don't know if you guys noticed this. I didn't really harp on it too much, but throughout the debate, she has asked for fact checks and none of them have ever come back. Why is that?
Or I do remember something and you're saying no. And that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well, what didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on
He didn't either.
in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite a
you
few
just-
of them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
three.
three. Okay,
Yeah,
three. I
three.
said four.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica
She
is
doesn't make
too retarded,
claims.
you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that I'm responsible for the claim.
she's equating him saying Erica Kirk is too retarded to run Turning Point, which Candace also too retarded to kill Charlie Kirk. Candace also believes Erica Kirk is retarded. She said she's not qualified to run Turning Point. Why? What's her non-qualification? But what qualifications do you think she should have? Candace believes Erica's retarded. She's like trying to use it as a bludgeon against Andrew. Andrew, I mean, for better or worse, like he stated, but he's right. Like, well, that's a claim, I guess. But everybody knows he's just fucking around. Like, no one thinks that he's actually clinically assessed her. Candace is trying to equate that to she should be in jail. She should be sat down and questioned. She knows that Jews and the French Foreign Legion killed Charlie Kirk and she helped them. What? That's not the same thing.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now if you would like to.
Well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip they
be
want
the
to play
whole
for
point.
7 days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
two.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Okay. Are we
Yeah,
gonna,
I mean, can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
She's always been able to respond. What are we talking about? Okay. I wanted to, I've been scanning through something and it's taken a little bit of time because of how how everything worked out. But I wanted to show you guys this real quick. All right. Back to that search warrant. A search warrant was obtained for Tyler Robinson's cell phone during review. I observed a Google Maps route with a start time of 6:46:13 p.m. That's UTC. That's not Mountain Time. Accounting for the time conversion from UTC to Mountain Time, the route start time was approximately 12:46 hours, so 12:46 p.m. The route start time was approximately 23 minutes after the shooting. The starting point for the route was listed with GPS coordinates. The starting point coordinates were near the Mountain Shadows Shopping Center. According to Google Maps, the shopping center is approximately 7 minutes from the Utah Valley campus. Google Maps route is from the area near the shopping complex to a Quick Quack car wash located at 855 North State Street in Orem, Utah. Let's see. So then, he obtained records from the video footage from Quick Quack car wash of Tyler Robinson's Challenger arriving at the car wash at approximately 12:57 hours on 9/10, blah, blah, blah. I also observed a second Google Maps route that had been stored on Tyler Robinson's device at a start time of 1:33 in the morning, mountain time of the next day, just to summarize what it says. Starting point was for the route listed with GPS coordinates. The starting point coordinates were in the neighborhood to the north of and in close proximity to the area where the aforementioned rifle was located. The Google Maps route is from the area near the UVU campus to 3419 South River Road. Investigators have previously conducted a records check and found that that's where he lived. So he has a Google Map thing on his phone from where the rifle was found back to the house. All right. That's in his phone. Okay. A search warrant was obtained to search the Challenger registered to Tyler Robinson. Not the other Challenger, not the one with the quad exhaust, whatever you may think about it, that one's not relevant here. Search warrant was obtained to search his Dodge Challenger. During the search of the vehicle, a dash camera inside the vehicle was seized as evidence, and the evidence is documented by the Utah State Bureau of Forensic Services and the FBI response team. The dash camera was a Van True dash camera with one outward-facing camera and one inward-facing camera. According to open source data, it utilizes a micro SD card for internal memory storage. A power cord from the dash camera was disconnected, but was found sitting on the front passenger seat inside the vehicle. While reviewing the aforementioned surveillance video footage from the Quick Quack car wash, it appears that the dash camera was mounted on the dash of the Dodge Challenger. Again, all this stuff about receipt, like some receipt for a steakhouse and all that, is all nonsense. This is all nonsense. It's not being up by the defense. It's not being brought up by the defense because it's not fucking real. The real investigation is really thorough and really has all this stuff. And I know what they're going to say. Israel hacked his Google account. All right. Okay.
Never said you
Or
can't
have a
respond.
conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything.
debate.
Let's have it your way. He's like, you've been able to respond to everything. What are you talking about?
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a
Yeah,
question.
you guys
Totally
agreed
fair
by
with me.
contract on how to do this.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Oh my God, play the clip. Play it.
You
Your
need
team,
the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I
Twiggs
can't hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs
I can't hear this. Just tell me what it says. It's fine. Nothing. This
has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the.
Yeah, it none of that, all of this doesn't really matter. None of this debate matters, but this doesn't matter because it's not true. Tyler's DNA isn't on there. Plus, or Lance's DNA isn't on there. Plus, Tyler's DNA is kind of expected to be more degraded. That's not weird. People have this problem with the word degraded because they don't understand DNA analysis, and that's fine. You don't need to. You're not a forensics expert. You're not a microbiologist. I got it. But stop pretending you are. Stop being like, well, that sounds bad. It isn't. It isn't bad. It's normal.
Rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh, yeah, we should show that text
message.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show.
I don't know why. Like, I don't know what was up with this thing. Like, I don't get the, I'll show it on my show. I don't get what the problem is with showing it. Like, he read it out loud. I'm not sure. This seems like a weird thing. It seems like he's being petty. I don't understand. I have no idea, but I don't care. That text message is irrelevant. Text message is Charlie Kirk saying 2 days before he dies or the day before he dies, like, I'm afraid the left is going to kill me. Who cares what he was afraid of? That doesn't mean Tyler Robinson shot or didn't shoot him. So it was pointless to me, That was just a tease to help get to pump the numbers up. New evidence, new thing, never before seen, but it's completely irrelevant to the situation. I don't see why Andrew didn't show it, but it's not my call. I don't care.
Oh, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence,
That's exactly what I believe he accused Candace of doing that, but she basically said that. I don't know if she used the words drip or if he used them, but it was when he used them, it was his categorization of what she just said. So he's being cheeky here. And I don't think he should, honestly, but I also don't care. None of this matters. That text message is irrelevant to the question of whether Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk or not.
got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like,
what does it serve you well? Because that's what that was. I don't know if snark's good for you, as she has been snarky the entire debate.
Yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Why is she acting like this? Like she is not allowed to ask a question. That's crazy. She was allowed to ask questions the whole time. Where is this coming from?
Well, I also have clarity since your basis has been evidentiary. You keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges.
Which this is important here because this is the big dramatic moment that she is using as like the gotcha win and dumb people are latching onto. Being guilty of a specific charge and doing an act are 2 different things. Andrew Wilson is there because he said, here is his claim from the beginning, there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson got Charlie Kirk and killed him from the top of the Losi building with the 30-06 that was recovered from the woods. That is his. That's his claim. His claim is not aggravated murder, first-degree murder. His claim is not anything like that. That is his claim. He's not there to make a legal case. He says there's overwhelming evidence that has happened. And that's all. She's trying to turn this into a gotcha on the evidence. But the crazy thing is, Candace's position is that there is more evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. There's not that there is evidence, not that he is a patsy, not that there's some evidence, that there is more evidence. This was all established by them at the beginning of the debate. She doesn't remember because she is incapable of holding a position from the past in the present unless she needs it. It's not her fault. She cannot remember that that's her position. So now she's like, which one do you think he's guilty of? As if they're discussing anything other than the murder, by the way. Because who cares if he's guilty of obstruction of justice or witness tampering? It's the sideshow. No one's talking about that. They didn't lay any foundation for these other charges. The question is the murder, obviously. So he says, that's what he's defending. Now, people are free to not like this answer or whatever. I don't care, but it does bear some explanation because the way she frames it afterwards is dishonest, period.
Just that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like.
So he says, can we list them? What's the problem here? What is she doing? Like, what is the purpose of this? What does this show about the underlying debate questions? The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. Knowing the exact charges off the top of your head is pointless. Who cares? That's not the debate question.
Can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it
it.
seems-
Why does he have to know these things to care? Like, what does that have to do with it? I bet most people who don't care about, or who do care about the case, don't know the charges, the 7 charges. Why would they? They're not arguing those. They're not arguing obstruction of justice. They're not arguing committing a violent, forcible felony in front of knowingly in front of a 14-year-old child, right? Like that's not what they're arguing. Most people are arguing whether Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. That's it.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty,
That's not what he said. That's a dishonest categorization of what his claim is.
That you should,
All
like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
How on earth you can straight face make the claim that someone charged with aggravated murder is not charged with murder? How is that? How can you straight faced say that Tyler Robinson is not charged with murder? Someone tell me that.
He doesn't even, this is like...
Name all 7.
And I
Can you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't
name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's
Aggravated murder is murder. I don't know if people like know this, but aggravated murder is murder. It's a murder charge.
not, that is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just
Aggravated murder is literally not murder. That's what she just said. Aggravated murder is literally not murder. What are we talking about? How do you possibly say that aggravated murder is literally not murder? It's murder with an aggravator of potentially murdering someone else. That's what it is. It's murder with a little dash of possible other murder. The specific charge, not a generally. It literally is still murder. I don't know if you know this, but aggravated murder, it's in the title. What are you talking about? How do you possibly defend that aggravated murder is literally not murder? What element of murder is absent from aggravated murder? Which one? You're so fucking smart. Which element of murder is missing from the aggravated murder statute that makes it literally not murder? You know that if they fail to bind over on aggravated murder, they prove all the other elements of murder, he's bound over on murder. Prove. If they show probable cause, he's bound over on murder. Even if the aggravator goes away, he's bound over on murder. And they don't need a new charging document. They don't need anything else. In fact, if he's bound over on aggravated murder and they failed to prove the aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt at trial, the lesser included offense of first-degree murder is still there. And he will be convicted of that if they prove the murder. So guess what? He is charged with murder. Candace is incorrect. Again, this isn't a surprise, of course. But the fact that she's gloating on the idea that she said aggravated murder is literally not murder is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. What are we talking about? How is aggravated murder not murder? Okay, let's see. Aggravated murder. Penalties, affirmative defenses, special mitigation, separate offense. As used in this section, correctional officer, blah, 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 blah. An actor commits aggravated murder if the actor intentionally or knowingly causes the death of another individual under any of the following circumstances. The actor committed homicide while confined in jail or other correctional institution. The actor committed homicide incident to one act, scheme, course of conduct, or criminal episode during which two or more individuals other than the actor were killed, or the actor during commission of the homicide attempted to kill one or more other individuals in addition to the deceased individual, or 3, this is the one. The actor knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than the deceased individual and the actor. That's it. Guess what? You have to have an underlying murder, which is knowingly causes the death of another individual. That's a murder. Still murder. I don't know what to tell you. That's murder. The reason that this exists in this way, and this is critical to the whole discussion, that the other crimes have the aggravators built into the statute because they don't create a separate element that materially advances the punishment, which means other aggravators don't have to have probable cause. This aggravator is given a separate statute for the purpose of allowing probable cause, because aggravators in Utah don't have probable cause unless they're set up this way, unless there is a greater in kind punishment, not just a longer sentence, for example, but going from a life sentence to a death penalty. This puts a higher burden on the state. We want this. We want it to be harder to execute people. We want that. We want the state to have to be double damn sure, right? We don't want the state to go on a fishing expedition. We want them to prove up the death penalty purposes as best they can at the probable cause hearing. That's why. That's it. But the underlying crime is still murder. It's the exact same elements as first degree murder. All of it. The only thing is there's an aggravator. And they want that aggravator proven pre-trial so that there's notice. Also, notice that they intend to pursue the aggravator. They have to file motions around it. They've been through all this, by the way. They've done this. Anyway, let's finish up.
People, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that
there's nothing going on. Wait a minute. He just said, you can name them all. And she's like, yeah, what's she doing here? What does she mean there's nothing going on? No one accused her of anything. What is that?
he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined, and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
Aggravated murder is not narrowly defined. What is she? Again, she's talking out of her ass here. Aggravated murder is not narrowly defined. Aggravated murder is murder under a specific circumstance. And there's a big list of them. There's different ones, but it's still murder. It's not narrowly defined. It's not like a special murder. There's just something that happens where they go, you know what? Like, this is pretty fucking bad. It's not narrow. I don't know what she's talking about.
You're going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take.
Remember, she's the one who said he was acting like a professor. So you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No, I
people
just
don't walk
want you
away?
to
Maria Contreras too says, no, you're talking out of your ass. I'm not. Not at all. I can show you the I did show you the statute. It starts with murder. That's where aggravated murder comes from. It's murder that's madder at you. Don't be dumb.
list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
what's
final
the specific charges, though?
Yeah, what are
that
the
is them.
specific charges?
Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged with it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think the state was going to even try to pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again,
she's like, if the state was going to try and pull this off, they should have charged him with what he's charged with. He is charged with just murder. He is. She doesn't get it. The state doesn't have to charge him with just murder to pull this off. He is charged with just murder. That is still a thing. Hold on. I was looking for something. All right, so we've got. I don't know. She didn't. What did she list out? Let's go back to this.
That's the distinction. You just want to.
it's a massive. It's like you
murder. That's the distinction. You just 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front. Is when you try. Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No.
with it.
Just the
she's
charges
wrong.
and then 7.
Yeah. See, the bad thing is when you try to tampering and obstruction of justice, discharge of a weapon.
Here we go.
Great. The second charge.
Here we go. So let's pull this up. Let's see how right she is. So we've got count 2. She's talking about right now.
Is the felony discharge of a weapon.
Wrong. It's not the felony discharge of a weapon. It's the felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury. A weapon might not be a firearm. A weapon could be something along the lines of a crossbow or a bow and arrow or a non-firearm like a cannon or a blunderbuss, for example. So she's actually incorrect. If we're going to be pedantic about what the charges are, she's wrong on count 2. The next one is obstruction of justice and obstruction of justice. She's got both of those. Those are fine. Tampering with a witness, although I think she calls them witness tampering. We'll give those to her. The next is violent commit. Let's see if she got that one
The
right.
next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final.
the specific charges, though?
That is that.
Didn't skip the aggravated murder charge. She said that one first. I'm not disputing that one. I was checking to see the other 6 charges. What are you talking about?
Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged.
No,
with it.
just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it.
Violent offense committed in the presence of a child is not violent in front of a minor. It has to be a violent offense. Violent in front of a minor is something different because it's not necessarily a criminal act to be violent in front of a minor. You can imagine, for example, a minor at a boxing ring or a minor at an MMA gym. There's violence committed in front of a minor all the time. It has to be a violent offense. It has to be a criminal act that is a crime of violence. So she's wrong on 2 of them. If you're going to be pedantic and be an asshole about it, right, Candace? You dumb bitch. You better be 100%. Also, he is charged with murder still.
So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction.
You like how she looks to Patrick Bet David because she needs like the affirmation of a man and Andrew won't give it to her? Like she's like, what are you looking to him for? What's he going to do?
Just want to.
He's still discovering fire right now.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
If you want to be specific, then do that. No one asked to be specific except for Candace. She said that him saying murder was wrong, but him saying murder is not wrong. Tyler Robinson is charged with murder. He's charged with aggravated murder and murder. The murder is included within the aggravated murder statute. There's a statute about the inclusion of it.
You cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very
She
compelling.
finds it compelling, but she doesn't know why because she doesn't understand it. She can't
pull this off. They should have charged him with just murder. And then I
literally
do also again want to
literally a nonsensical position. Again, I know I'm rehashing it, but saying that they should have charged him with just murder. They did. It's included automatically in the aggravated murder charge. He's charged with just murder. If they win on the aggravator, they don't win on the murder.
Rest to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make
Listen to her pontificate on the nature of debate strategy. It's not about this. It's about this. You can make mistakes. You can be wrong.
Mistakes all the time. But
We
at
know.
least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move.
By the way, she did something exceptionally dishonest here. She said, name one of the charges. Name just one. He said murder. She said no. Okay, that's fine. She didn't say you get one shot to name that one charge. She didn't give him an opportunity to name any other charges. She just said he's completely wrong, which she's obviously wrong. But what's going on? This is the manipulation of the debate that she did. The moderator should have asked the question. The moderator should have followed up with it if we're going to have this be the crux of the debate, which of course it isn't.
Move to final statements. I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and
Felony discharge causing serious bodily injury, which is a distinct charge from felony discharge of a firearm. This one has to cause serious bodily injury.
4, 5, and 6, tampering with a witness, and
No,
count 7.
violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something I just was curious about. if I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone?
By the way, again, Patrick Bet David has said that all of them received headsets or earpieces specifically from Candace's team. And there's a further allegation. I'm not aware of who has fully made it, but in relation to this, that her team was able to speak to her or anyone. Now, I don't know if that's true. Andrew bringing that up, I think, is indicative of he knows that she's got an earpiece, right? He knows.
I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD.
How's it double embarrassing for him? He didn't actually accuse her of it. He just said, "Did you get a text?" She says no.
You're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
Check Snapchat.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
Why'd you get your phone out?
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them,
Yes.
see 1132, because after that, I don't need to read it.
How do you know they're texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
and that was a downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like. I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
I just want to point out, by the way, felony discharge of a firearm. Felony discharge of a firearm is separate from felony discharge of a firearm that causes serious bodily injury, as a serious bodily injury section of the statute is an aggravator. Just so we're clear, felony discharge of a firearm that does not cause serious bodily injury is a separate and distinct charge under the rules Candace has applied. Just to point that out,
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so you
questions.
know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you
I never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't,
I just said the opposite. I said there is
well,
a
you
receipt.
don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah. Right. With
Oh, it's
blurred
The
out.
published
person working
online.
on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence. If
it would be some hard evidence except we have no information that it's his receipt, his debit card number. And by the way, it doesn't seem to be true in any capacity. There's nothing. There's no evidence of it. But here, this is a trap, by the way. This is a trap because even if he did go to the steakhouse, and currently there's no evidence that he did, but even if he did, him going to the steakhouse within that timeline does not defeat the state's timeline. It doesn't. This is all predicated on an officer's estimate of when he encountered Tyler Robinson returning to the UVU campus. We don't know if that officer is right or wrong. He thinks it was about 12:30. But we know that the GPS data that we just read in the warrant says that he left the site where the rifle was at 1:13 a.m. So he could have gotten there later than 12:30. Don't know. Could have driven fast, could have driven slow. There could be some flexibility. It doesn't automatically destroy the timeline, but also there is no evidence that this happened.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof
Wait.
that
Wait, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer can't be yes. Those are two distinct things. They're tracked differently. There's a different process for how the payment goes. Debit cards often, not always, often require a PIN input where a credit card doesn't. They're different.
was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking
We've been doing this. We've been building a timeline with what we think is Utah 1102 approved. Hey, dummy, you missed the time. You missed the time from your Utah 1102 approval. That's gone. You're going to trial now. Trial will not allow 1102 evidence because it's no longer a preliminary hearing. She doesn't know what she's talking
to
about.
the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always
Nobody
had
cares about your timeline. Your timeline isn't coming into court.
about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned.
Having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay.
My
And if it
personal
gets
timeline?
debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did.
She thinks it's with her. If she finds out she's wrong, she'll take it off. All this, they have pushed that this has definitely occurred. Now she's like, look, if it turns out to be wrong, I'll take it off.
More than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule.
It wouldn't. It specifically would not. This is the thing. She doesn't understand the rule. Wrong. It would not. Show me the 1102 exception. There are 9 of them. There are 9 categories of reliable hearsay. Which one does this fall into?
For sure, for certain.
To be submitted
For certain, for sure.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is,
Bob told me this is Bob is a police officer talking to another police officer. That's in the rule. That's specifically in the rule.
the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure, but
Well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he.
Just in case anyone's curious, here we have it real quick. Here are the rule. So this is what reliable hearsay includes. Hearsay evidence admissible at trial under the Utah rules of evidence. So the only thing you could maybe say is that the receipt is a business records exception. Maybe. So maybe it comes in that way. So then maybe the receipt would be allowable under 1102 there. But it's not guaranteed. That's the thing. Hearsay evidence admissible at trial, because the authentication of the evidence requires someone saying that Tyler Robinson ate there, etc. This is his receipt. That's not hearsay that's admissible but on its own. But this would be the closest. So 804, this is unavailable, an unavailable declarant. That's not the case here. Evidence establishing the foundation for the authenticity of any exhibit. That's not the case here. Scientific laboratory or forensic reports? No. Medical and autopsy reports? No. Statement of a non-testifying peace officer? No. Statement made by a child victim of physical abuse? No. Written statement of a declarant that is recorded verbatim under oath. This is what Lance's was under. No. Other hearsay evidence with similar indicia of reliability regardless of admissibility. So maybe here. But again, saying that it is definitely admissible, obviously and openly under 1102, when it might be under 9 and it might be under 1. And I say that might very generously.
And that
What's
is
the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with being, I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right,
information, what happened next.
What's the strong evidence? Two people said so. Oh, okay. Two people with no other knowledge.
With the next stage of
Maria, stop listening to Candace. She's retarded. Everything is hearsay right now. No, it isn't. The DNA testimony, not hearsay. Anything that the cops testified to that they saw on their own, not hearsay. Those are not hearsay things. Those are things. All of the video itself is not hearsay evidence. Any statements made within the video could potentially be hearsay. Saying everything is hearsay is wrong. Stop listening to these dummies about the law. They're wrong.
This investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it, yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked.
Two witnesses is weak evidence to you. Yeah, two witnesses with no knowledge of who Tyler Robinson is saying, some other day, that guy, that picture on the TV, I served that guy, and then nothing else. Yeah, that is weak evidence, especially when they turned over the information allegedly to the FBI and nobody thinks that it happened. Yeah, that's weak evidence.
A lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
Hey, idiot, if you could do better, you wouldn't be watching them, but showing your own investigation. Why would I investigate this? Candace has said she doesn't have the ability to investigate this. Is it an investigation or not? Tell me. Maybe you're not talking to me. You might be talking to someone else.
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
No.
At this
you're not allowed to have an opinion.
I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there.
Who cares?
I do think that it's possible. It's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that
she thinks it's plausible that the screwdriver was planted. This is a normal thing, by the way. Just cops just planting evidence in a major murder trial. No one will ever find out.
His cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept.
Why should there be evidence of a police body cam?
That stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant? And
it would be nice to have the evidence of a police body cam, but why should they?
Yeah, like it just seems like you.
Well, I'm not adding.
Hold, like I said, you hold the prosecution to a higher standard than you do to people.
Unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my timeline. I made it at home.
So
now you have problems with adjectives.
To your show.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline.
It happens more than you think,
a steakhouse
Willem.
stop that has not happened.
Again, where did they get the screwdriver? Where did the cop, the random UVU security cop, where did he get the screwdriver to plant? The screwdriver with Tyler and Lance's DNA on it. Where did that happen? How did he get it? How did he get it out of their apartment and to the roof? How did that happen? Tell me, did he go 250 miles away to get it and bring it back? Or was it brought by Jews?
Actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no
Correct.
evidence.
He didn't
for
plant it.
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like.
So she's assuming this because she's retarded. No, he's right. There's nothing has ever been. Everybody's just asking. Candace has said, by the way, and he should call her out on this. She didn't just say that that's Tyler Robinson's debit card. Candace Owens said, I have seen Tyler Robinson's name on that receipt.
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
Didn't know. That's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges that are against him.
What an insane assertion she has made. And this is typical of how she processes things. You can go watch him do it, I believe, right? Like I would assume he's talking about doing it live. He had an attorney with him. I would assume doing it for the money. She's like, you didn't watch it at all. Candace, it doesn't matter what you watch. You don't understand anything.
When this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
A death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
Mine.
Yes. Who else is going to be? Who else
on his channel? Yeah,
it would be Candace Owens.
I just don't know what his.
I didn't know, but I figured because he's sitting there saying, "We did this. Like I did this. What are you talking about?" She's like, "No, you didn't." Deny reality. It doesn't matter if it's right in front of you. Just deny it because your stomach says so.
Issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson.
I wish he remembered that Tyler Robinson's name is on the receipt, according to Candace Owens. Why haven't they released the unblurred document? They don't have to show his card. Show that Tyler Robinson's name is on the receipt. Candace says she has seen it personally. I don't want to say in person. She's personally seen it.
Paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed.
You know what's funny, Von Salinator? Bullets do cause tornadoes. And if you had any concept of physics, you would know that a bullet has to push the air that's in front of it out of the way. And the air has to fill in behind it because there's now a vacuum when it leaves the space it was in. So little mini spirals of air actually do occur constantly following a bullet. Yes, that does happen. It's very funny that you don't know that because neither does Candace. But yes, bullets cause tiny little tornadoes as they travel through the air because they have to push air out of the way. And once they move, there's air that has to fill in the space behind them. And if you know anything about ballistics, that can actually over distance cause trouble. That has to do with the stability of the bullet as it completes its flight. it can lead to variations depending on heat and all sorts of other factors like wind, moisture, all of that stuff factors into how a bullet travels through the air, because air is real. It is there, even though you can't see it. And just because you and Candace don't understand that, that's your embarrassment. But it also demonstrates an absurd lack of understanding of not only basic science, but also ballistics.
That this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt, and yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that
you didn't do the legwork. Diligent Denizen, the retard, did the legwork. You followed up. Maybe. And then you said you saw the name, but you won't just produce it. Why? Stay tuned.
That's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I don't
think Andrew has any problem with rapport with his audience. Why does she keep doing this?
Like, I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule.
She just planted the mitigating seeds, finding out it's another Tyler Robinson. Why would she say that? I thought she was confident. I've seen his name on the receipt. What if it's not him, though? What if there's another Tyler Robinson?
For me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant.
Literally not even close. Nothing about what she just said is correct.
It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay. Thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay,
Stop saying
the
hard
last thing we're gonna
evidence.
do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Okay. Is Candace Owens going to list that her opinion on the DNA on the gun change?
Watching it, maybe a good commentary for you would be the following on if you're a Andrew fan and you are still saying, you know what, Andrew's arguments were solid, great. Candace, great. But did anything change your mind? Did you watch and say, you know what, I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded.
Why
This
would
is not
anybody
pre-recorded, just so everybody
dispute
knows.
that?
This is purely
What are you
live. This is a
talking
little bit
about?
scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not,
thanks
let's
for the
make sure
help.
We respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts,
Why would we have to
I wanna make
respect
sure you guys
either
hear
of
that
them?
from me as well for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence.
Stop saying positive evidence, negative evidence. She doesn't have any evidence. It doesn't need to be positive or negative. And adding these adjectives just confuses things. But he's right. She hasn't produced anything for her claim. Her claim, she owned it at the beginning. Said, this is my claim. Tyler Robinson's a patsy, and there's more evidence that he's a patsy than that he killed Charlie Kirk. That's the position she had. She fucking failed miserably. Doesn't matter because it's the internet. And like I said, internet debates are not about being right or wrong. Internet debates are about who's the first person to call the other person a faggot. They ruled that out by contract. He should have just gone in there and been like, Candace, you're a giant faggot and dumb, and then left. What is the point of this?
Evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but, or answer some questions, but you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to
neither was Candace. Candace, with all of that shit, got it wrong. She got the charges incorrect.
To me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all.
Hey,
None.
That's right.
Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are?
Scott Bellinger says everybody's cool with 1102 in their case against them. Yes. Yeah. At probable cause, yes. You have to deal with reliable hearsay. It's just what has to happen. You know, it's funny. For all you fucking weirdos out there who want to bring up a certain test related to me and my troubles, it was actually the test wasn't admitted. Just the statement about the test was admitted under reliable hearsay. So if you want to come at me about that, but you have a problem with 1102, you've got a problem. There's way more evidence of Tyler Robinson killing Charlie Kirk than there is of anything related to my children.
Involved and never shows any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that
it
we
never has
stalemated
been.
when it came.
There's never been evidence of Tyler Robinson being a patsy. There's only questions about it because these cowards are afraid to make any sort of affirmative statement at all. But that's because they know they don't have any evidence to do so.
To whether or not Robinson did it, she says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Not the best overall closing statement. I mean, he's right, but it was just she. He didn't focus on the positive claim that he was making. I know I don't like positive evidence, but his claim, his positive claim rather than the negative claim of she's wrong, his positive claim was that the state has provided overwhelming evidence. And I think he failed on his closing statement to lay that out. He didn't, I mean, he's done what he believes to do that at the beginning. I think he got off the rails. Now, I'm not saying that, like, comparatively, Candace did absolutely nothing, completely pointless. But I think Andrew, as a self-professed better debater and all that stuff, he should have closed up by saying, look, here's the evidence. Candace doesn't have to like the evidence. She doesn't have to agree that the evidence will be persuasive to a jury, but the evidence is there. It has been presented by the state. It is coming in. She can say 1102 all she wants, but she doesn't understand what 1102 means and how the state is going to go ahead and get all of this stuff in before a jury, along with a whole lot more. The state at this point has produced overwhelming evidence of probable cause. Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk from the top of the Losi building with the rifle that was his grandfather's that they found in the forest where he dropped it. That the state has done that. Overwhelming evidence of probable cause. But I'm going to go a step further and say the state has provided overwhelming evidence so far. We know it's overwhelming because the hurdle to what it's showing is low and the amount that they have produced is high. It is well over the barrier. And many people have been convicted on less evidence. The state has produced an excellent case so far. Of course, the defense will have their opportunity to raise at trial some sort of reasonable doubt, which is why I couched my prediction at 75 to 85% convinced. I'm waiting to hear for the defense. But at present, the evidence is overwhelming. That's what he should have said. Why didn't he say that? I don't know. He focused too much on what Candace did and didn't do. Who cares? She's a dumb bitch. She's literally retarded, does not know cause and effect, doesn't actually know anything about the case, doesn't understand the law, doesn't understand the science, doesn't understand that air exists. Her opinion is disregarded. It is pointless. He should have done something like that. Don't focus on her. I think that would have won him some points and credibility, and I think it would have mitigated that 75 to 85% statement, which I disagree with that statement. I think he should have been more, I think he should be more convinced, somewhere in the 95+% range, because that's what they've presented so far. And he did say one of the most important lines. There's no competing timeline. There's no competing theory at all. But, you know, alas, that's just my opinion.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning.
Who cares?
That I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging
What
the
merits?
evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been.
She never presented this. I've been trying to let her just fucking talk. She never presented this. She just believes there's more evidence. She believes it. So there is. And this is the summary of her entire debate. The entire thing. I believe it. I'm allowed to believe it. Let me think. Let me think. We're trying. We're dragging you towards thought. You just can't get there. It's an uncrossable chasm for you, you stupid vapid bitch. You have no fucking idea. And she's like, but I believe there's evidence. Where is it?
Set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about
Nobody cares.
Finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show,
My
even just
heart's
watch
in the
this
right
debate,
place.
knows that if I get something wrong,
She daily rapes the legacy of Charlie Kirk and the reputation of his wife and friends and advisors, and says she's his only true friend. But she cares the most, guys. She cares the most. She actually cares in the right way. You've seen this. I'm the only one who knows how to care about Charlie Kirk. Not his wife, not his children, not his friends. I'm the only one. Oh, okay.
I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak
I'm not
on the
arrogant.
Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And
Nothing.
again, from the beginning,
I think the audience
all
won.
of this is because of how
Thanks,
much
Patrick,
love and
Bet
respect
David.
we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
Holy shit,
His
I don't
one-year
care.
anniversary is
You're
coming up
dumb.
here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won. If you did, support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
There we go. What a fucking slog that was. Wow. Oh my God. Okay. All right. We're going to read super chats that have come in. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you. Very generous, of course. I appreciate all of you hanging out, and let's go ahead and do these real quick. All right. We the Rabble says, I weigh 300 horsepower. It's just me to you says, do you ever read Rumble? Yes. The Gen X Medic became a member. Thank you. Knitting Kitten says, Tyler Robinson has alleged experience in shooting someone in a soft cotton t-shirt from a rooftop with a 30-06. And even he said it can be done. God damn it. Maverick Cuba says, I think I speak for everyone when I say we all just want to get to the bottom of who killed Charlie Kirk. I think one day we will get to that answer. No, the only person who wants to get to the bottom of who killed Charlie Kirk is Lance Twiggs. That was a joke about homosexuals. We the Rebel says any specific round isn't going to have a specific effect on a specific target. Jesus didn't make the world that way. We the Rebel, now you know why we had witch trials. Basic physics. I actually don't believe that. I mean, just baffling statements by Candace Owens. Like, I don't believe you're serious about air existing. We the Rebel says, why was Charlie Kirk aroused 0.3 seconds beforehand? Been working on Bigfoot theory for decades. Yes. Let's see. Chelino says, if you have 3 eggs, but you don't have a dozen, how many eggs does April have? I have no idea. Let's see. Maverick Cuba says, everyone knows Crowder is always up to some tricks. Right-wing extremist says, what the hell? Anytime I talk about killing people, everyone gets all weird about it. Truck stops are basically the same as Afghanistan. I agree. Big nuts. Bullet with momentum of 9.9 kilograms times meters per, or kilogram meters per second. Embeds into 99 kilogram man. Conservation of momentum implies he moves backwards at 10 centimeters per second. His body moved away from the shirt. There you go. There you go. We the Rabble says, you're a SEAL 6 sniper. Why did you have to be in the same room as Osama bin Laden to get the job done? That's a good question. Sounds like a bad sniper. 3 Collies says, this is her Marine. Again, she feels she doesn't know. No, she's just a freaking idiot. Just my opinion. Talking about, of course, the SEAL Team 6 sniper that she called a Marine. We the Rabble says, do not call Tyler TR. That's reserved for Teddy. It's true. Ryan the Scar sent a W. Kibble Wibble. So I think Canned Ass did in hopes that she'd be able to take over TPUSA. I don't have any proof, but I really feel she needs to answer my questions. I agree. Big Nut says, same way an acorn tree is literally not a tree. Nazar says, yes, a lawyer closing like Kurt could have fixed it. No. Raggedy Man says, will you be covering the trial? Yes, that's the plan. And then Nazar says, Andrew came to debate. Candace came to talk to the audience. Optics first, arguments second. It is an internet debate. That's the way you should do it. With that, guys, I got to go to bed. Thanks for hanging out with me. Have a good night. We got more to come soon. Peace.
I am not suicidal. That's what I was about to say. Okay. I am not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I am not suicidal. Okay.